Okay. Is it going to work? That is a good question. Okay. Hopefully this will work. There we go. All right. Okay. All right. Let's see. Testing. Oh, looks like it's already started. Very interesting. Anyway, okay. Let's see. Ah, we have comments. Oh, look at this. We have some great people, as always. I tell anyone, if you want to find the YouTube channel with the greatest subscribers, just come to mine. 8 in the morning. Let's see who we have. Oh, wow. Nice. Okay. I see the first one today was Thomas, and we'll be talking about him in a little bit. I am still in the setup process. As you probably see, I haven't combed my hair, and my cat decided to use the air conditioner as a perch. And somehow he managed to get his paws down into the air conditioner and turn it off. I'm not quite sure exactly what he did, but he is a specialist at making things fail. Anyway, let me go ahead, see if I can comb my hair. It's just so full of tangles and all kinds of stuff. Oh my goodness. What fun. All right. Well, let's see. Let me see if I can pull this up on the other display. All right, let's see. Okay, there we go. All right. Well, let's see. Let me see if I can pull this up on the other display. All right, let's see. Okay, there we go. All right. Well, let's see. Let me see if I can pull this up on. All right. Okay, so we've got this connected. Let me go ahead and play around with the monitor, make that look a little better. I've made a couple of changes to my scenery, and let me go ahead and turn on the background lighting. All right. Okay. All right. Now let's see. If we change the scene, it does work. Look at that. It's amazing. So we'll just move this over a little bit. Okay. There we go. All right. It looks like it's... Uh-oh. Something fell down. It looks like it's working. And let's go ahead and switch scenes. And there we are. So, thank you all that are here. Now again, we have Thomas is first. I'm here for some Milton. You'll be getting it. Don't worry. I had to temporarily put him out because Milton decided that my my air conditioner was a great place for him to sit. And United Carnivore is here. Greetings from Tampa Bay. Well, good morning from Miami, Florida, the septic tank of Florida. And there I am. Okay. I might be subliminal listening. Well, there you go. That's fine. I'm sure you'll get something out of it. And Father of United Carnivore, Melbourne, Florida. And again, welcome to all our Floridians, my neighbors. Still dark here in California, yes, and I don't hear any roosters. 5 a.m. Waiting for the low drone of Rick's voice to put me back in dreamland. Well, that's great. I'm glad that I can help you with that. Hello, hello, Florida, Florida. Time for sound check. Yes. Good morning, everyone. I hear. And Terry Sue says, there's our tallest carnivore. Yes, that is me. Hi, Rick. We see and hear you. So let's jump down here. And he's wearing my favorite shirt. Yes, you know, you had mentioned this, so I decided let me pull out the so-called picnic shirt. And again, this is a shirt that I had when I was 30 years old. One of the new ones that I hardly ever wore, which is kind of interesting. A glimpse into the setup process. Yes, we know, like Mitch, for example, he shows some of his behind the scenes. So this is the setup process. Tablecloth shirt, setting up the phone. Yes, in fact, that'll be the next thing I have to do. Make sure that is functioning. And good morning, Rick. There we go. Please hit the like. Yes, Sandy, please hit the like. And Thomas says, hey, Ducksters. And no, Rick, we couldn't tell. Of course. Your picture is small. Yes, it is. And Ducksters, I like it. Mechanic hands. iSample user, and so on. All right, let me go ahead and, how do I put this on top? I guess, there we go. So anyway, okay, what about me, Tom? Whoop, what did I do this time? Uh-oh. All right, I think okay. There we go. All right. So let's see. Okay. There we are. Took me a while to think of Ducksters. Okay. Wonder why this display seems to be a little off. Oh well. Nobody's perfect. When you're using free software and you're trying your best, sometimes things go a little awry there. All right. So it looks like I've hit the comments, and that's good. Okay. Now, hopefully the sound is good. And let me go ahead and look for that phone patch. I don't know where I put it. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, where are you? There's my phone patch. It's here somewhere. It's a wonderful day in the neighborhood. A wonderful day to be neighborly. Would you be mine? Would you be mine? Would you be my neighbor? Okay. It's here someplace. I know you're here. Uh-oh. Aha! I found it. There it is. All right. Now, one thing that people have asked me before is how do I get the phone to work? Well, it's very simple. All you got to do is use the phone cord, and let me see if I can get this other scene here. Okay. Yeah. So we know that this is a type of phone I use. This is an aftermarket handset. It's not the original Western Electric. This, I think, was an ITT handset, but same basic thing. And in the old days, they used to unscrew this, mouthpiece, and they put in a bug. Well, what I use one of these. This is pretty good. Let's see. Yep. My phone is off the hook. It doesn't focus, but it doesn't matter. So all I have to do is unplug the line cord, plug it into here, and then I plug this back into the phone. And then I have this phone plug I can plug into the mixer. So just pop that in there, and if all goes well, it will work. Now let me go ahead and grab my headset and see what I sound like. Okay. Come on. Okay. All right. Hopefully I haven't lost too many viewers so far. Let's see. Okay, that actually sounds pretty good. And I have to admit, compared to some of the YouTubers, I think that my voice and the way that I speak is relaxing, and that's good. I've been compared to the carnivore version of Mr. Rogers, and that's great. Now, you can see there is a bit of a change in the camera. One of my subscribers was nice enough to send me a webcam. So what I've done, I've actually put two cameras on here because what I've seen is with this OBS software, what often happens is that the um, the camera, you can see over here, this is the one on top of the computer. That's the webcam. If you try to use the same camera in two scenes, it causes the software to stop working. So I just figured I'll just put a second camera, and then that gives me another view, which is pretty nice. And I think that once I have the right kind of equipment, I will be able to produce a live stream that is far better than most of them. I know a lot of people out there, they put a lot of time into editing. Some of the most popular YouTube channels, when they make a video, you'll see lots of jump cuts because obviously even with the teleprompter they use, they're not able to keep up with it, which is fine. But then again, you know, us poor people, we have to make up for our lack of equipment with a little bit of effort. All right, now let's see. Okay, so that works. And we have our comments, which is really nice. So let's see what else we got here. Little quackery for Rick. Yes, I'm a carny. Yes, you are. Itch and Witch. Quackers. And here's a nice comment. Look at that beautifully groomed head of hair. I actually cut my hair a couple of days ago. It was getting way too much hair. And I took out probably about that much. And I was looking through it to see how many gray hairs I could find. I couldn't find any. I know there's a few in there, but it's just such a small amount that it's tough to find. And my vegan friends used to tell me that if you don't eat any plants, you don't get any copper, you're going to get that gray hair early. But I think it's just more of genetics than anything else. Okay, let's see what else we have here. You sound stellar, Rick. Well, thank you. I beat you, Sandy. Okay. My first cup of coffee. Well, there you go. Well, hopefully you have plenty of coffee because you know how the live streams here can go for quite a while. Okay, me too, Tanya. And let's see, I had 2 cups this morning. Scandal. There you go. I know a lot of people love their coffee, and I think that's one of the reasons why my live stream is not that popular because unlike a lot of them where they talk about morning coffee with somebody, there is no morning coffee in Rick's live stream. I've had my duck eggs, I had some ground beef, and that's pretty much the extent of my breakfast. You're not going to find any coffee or tea or anything else. The only thing I drink is, as you probably can see when I switch it, water. Now this is a mug technically, but most people they have the mug with the little finger hole in it and it's opaque so you can't see what's in it. Mine is clear. They don't sell these at the dollar store anymore, but I wish they did because they're very convenient. And it's just either rainwater or well water. Now, there is a talk about eliminating the fluoride from the water here in Miami, and the county commission did vote to remove the fluoride. However, this idiot mayor that we have, Daniela whatever, she's probably in cahoots with the chemical industry. She wants to keep the toxic fluorosalicylic acid in the water that poisons our drinking water. And I'm not happy about it. I think a lot of other people are mad about it. But it goes to show that these big brother types, they want to control you. So, and I'll tell you why. For example, if you like fluoride, why are you poisoning everybody else with fluoride? And the thing is, you want it on your teeth, right? Drinking water is going to go through your digestive system. Explain to me how in the world fluoride in your digestive system is going to make your teeth stronger. If you like fluoride, all you have to do is go to the store and buy some toothpaste which contains sodium fluoride or some other medical grade fluoride solution which has been proven to benefit some people. But the stuff they put in the water is basically a byproduct of the fertilizer industry. It's this fluorosalicylic or whatever it is, acid. I don't even remember what it is, but it's basically a toxic byproduct. So what they're doing, instead of paying to dispose of this stuff properly, they're putting it into the water supply. How do I know that? A good friend of mine is the head operator at the water treatment plant down the street. So I know exactly, what it is. Anyway, um, that's one of the things. And let's go ahead and hit our comments again. And you can see, wow. Thinking about applying tallow to my hair occasionally. You should. You should. Rick is known for his ice water. That is correct. Or he has pretty hair. You think tallow would help clear hairs? Okay. Well, hey, it can't hurt, right? I love the sound of ice cubes clinking. Sounds refreshing. I'll have to go to the refrigerator to get some of it. I have those mugs from the dollar store. Yes. The dollar store here doesn't have them anymore. The kitchen lid says, looks like a beer stein. Well, that's probably what it is. But the thing is, in the carnivore world, we don't do beer. It's getting darker, but I almost prefer the lighter gray and white. And this is the other thing, too. Can anybody hear a lot of static now? It's probably this computer. The fan is on pretty high. I could turn the microphone down, and then that way it would reduce. That should sound better. Yep. I don't know why all of a sudden, I guess the computer just is overworking. Let's hear it. What we'll do, put the microphone closer, and then that way, that's it. Okay. There's noise outside, too. What does that sound? Hold on, let me check. Ah. Okay. The other noise that we have outside, there's somebody having their cars pressure cleaned. I don't hear as much noise on this side. Let me try something else. Sounds pretty quiet. I don't know why. Sounds like distant garbage trucks. Yeah, it probably is. Miami is a garbage dump. There's background noise now. Yes. Okay. Let's see. I'll tap on it a few times. Check your microphone plug-in. Let me see. Okay. Okay. Why is this not working? Yeah. Okay. Where's mic 2? Mic 2. Let's see. Oh, come on. Line 3, line 2. Oh well. Interesting. Okay. This is interesting. I don't know what's wrong with this crazy thing. Are you going through a filter? No, I'm not going through a filter. The problem I'm having, I think, maybe the mixer went bad. I can always change that. I mean, this thing is a little bit on the old side. Okay. I'll tell you what, I'll go ahead and swap the mixer. Hopefully that may be all it is. Let me swap that out. I'm gonna have to get the power cord, so forgive me if the monster comes in. No, no, no. Bad kitty, bad kitty. No. No. What a menace. All right. We'll go ahead and plug this one in. Maybe a little bit on the better side. Uh-oh. Okay. There we go. Okay. Take this piece of junk out of here. All right. Whoops. Okay. Okay. Ah. Testing. Testing, testing, testing. Okay. This can go. Put this over here. All right. Okay. Plug this in. Oh, what is this? Thing is all caught up. Okay. Now, let's see. Oh, goodness, what is this? Why do I have nothing? Oh. Plug that in. There we go. Oh, that's a little too loud, I think. You see, I still got that background noise. Okay. Let me adjust this a little bit. I hope, is that any better? I think it's about the same. I really don't see a difference. I think a lot of it is just coming from the noise the computer's making, plus all that pressure washing that's going outside the neighbors. There's some good comments here. Let me see what we got going on. Okay, sounds like distant garbage trucks, no difference. The noise to sleep by, noise. Well, I physically changed the mixer, and I guess it's still there. There's nothing I can do about it. Okay. Come on. Now I killed it? What happened here? Okay, it seems like it died. What did I just do? Oh, come on. Okay. It's unbelievable. Anyway, hopefully, I mean, it's just one of those things. There's got to be a filter in here. I wonder if I can filter this out. Nope. That doesn't work. Oh well. I guess it's just part of the character, as they say. That's weird. That really is weird. It worked really good. Okay. Alright. When you're using a bunch of old crap. What happened here? Okay, that is really strange. Anyway, I can't win. Sometimes you just can't win. You know, sometimes you can't win. What is this? Okay. Yeah, this thing is a mess. And it worked so good before. That's the funny thing. Yeah. Oh well. This back. Well, that works. That's kind of interesting. Anyway, I think we've got. I don't think there's anything wrong with the microphone. Oh. Yeah, that could be it. Okay. 19 on chat. That's not bad. Started randomly. The equipment I have is so old. This stuff could break at any time. I'll have to figure out a way to upgrade. But the thing is, there's just no way that I'm going to pour money into something that produces nothing. So it's just, I'll find something. I may have to sit there with my oscilloscope and try and troubleshoot what's going on. I feel like I'm going through a car wash. Let's see. Okay. Let's see what else we got going on here. And power washing. Okay. Difference. It's got to be something on the other end because I don't know. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Hold on a second. All right. What I'm going to do, I'm going to open up the YouTube channel and see what it sounds like. Let me see what's going on here. See, I keep hearing this. I turn this down. Oh, it doesn't make any difference. Okay. All right. It might be in the mixer itself. I don't know what's going on here. Okay. Let's see. All right. That sounds crazy. Sounds like rain. Sounds like a windstorm. It's like a ground issue, probably. Open the window to see if it gets worse. Let me get this. Hold on a second. Alright. Okay, I need another window. Oh well. Let's see. There's always something funny going on around here. New channel. Another window. Oh well. Let's see. There's always something funny going on around here. New channel. Try something else here. That's frustrating. Okay, I know what it could be. Hold on a second. I think I know the problem. Let me see. It must have switched sources. I think I found the problem. Audio input capture. I see what it is. Maybe that'll improve it. I hope. Hear anything? Anything there? I mean, I can hear it fine over here, but... Okay, let me try this over here. It's got to be feedback from the computer. I don't know. Let's see. Alright. Okay. Come on. There we go. Okay. Come on. There we go. Okay. Come on. There we go. All right. Let's see. Hopefully this will eliminate... Oh, why does it keep doing that? I hope somebody can hear me. Let's see. Okay. Okay, now I found the problem. I see what it was. Anyway, it looks like what happened. Okay, good. I can hear it. All right. Let's see. Let me go ahead and close this other window before I get an echo. That's great. Sorry about that. What happened is my computer decided to add the system microphone. There's actually a microphone in the webcam that I added. So what it did, it added that on the stack of the audio input capture devices. I have no idea what happened. Milton was not here. Okay. Yeah, the echo will go away. There's a long delay between the software and that. Okay, good. So I hope everything continues smooth, but I'm glad that you let me know. What I may have to do, I may have to set up a separate computer to act as a monitor, and then I'll go ahead and switch. I mean, it's a little distracting having the echo, but I think that's the problem. So it was not the mixer, it was actually a computer issue. And again, that should have fixed it. You know, but this is the problem with these live streams. Turn up the volume a little. Well, we can do that very easily. Now, one of the things that, let me see here, audio input capture mic. Okay. It's lagging. Okay, let's see. Oh, well. How is that now? Okay. Hopefully that's perfect. There we go. All right. Anyway, after that distraction, hopefully you can hear me fine. I can hear myself fine. The problem is there is no real loopback like you would have with an actual radio station where you could hear exactly what is going out. But in this case, I have to rely on you to let me know. I don't know what happened, but somehow it put multiple sources, and what it was doing, it was picking up from that webcam mic the noise that's outside. So hopefully I didn't lose too many people, but then again, I'm not going to have hundreds of people or thousands like some of these channels. This is not, for example, one of those popular channels. We're not talking about Anthony Chafee or Dr. Baker or Homestead How or any of the other high high popularity channels, steak and buttered people or whatever this crap is, or Ken Berry, of course, which has thousands and thousands of people all trying to get a question, and 90% of them will never get any kind of interaction whatsoever. Anyway, okay, hopefully we don't have any more technical issues. Now we have some more comments here, and Cindy says hello again, and yes, and again, I was on your live stream. I try to catch everybody else's live stream, and let's see. Yep, and he was right. Mike over there, he is a electronics engineer type, so he pretty much knows what's going on. All right, so let's see what else we have here. Microphone? No, it wasn't the microphone. Okay. Fry some eggs. That sounds like a plan. What is different than last week's? I got a temperamental computer, but I have to be kind of grateful because my friend Russ gave me this computer. It is light years ahead of the other piece of garbage computer that I was using. Okay. Will you be doing some oscilloscope videos? I'm learning. Yes, I will. In fact, I know a lot of people out there, they're into this whole red light, grounding, and all this other pseudoscience, which evidently works for some people and other people it doesn't seem to. But these are real principles of physics that I'm going to try to cover when I get things together. I need to set up my little lab, which is a complete mess, and because of the leaky roof and all the other things I've had to do. But I'll get that eventually. I may put it in the living room, when I do turn the air conditioner back on. Because what I normally do, I run like at least half the year without air conditioning in the house. But when it gets unbearably hot, then I turn it on. Here in the bedroom, I run air conditioner pretty much year round. Because living in Miami, we have 14 days of good weather, and there's probably only 5 or 6 days that you can sleep with the windows open without sweating yourself back into, being awake. So that is one of those things that it's just a bad thing about living here. Okay, were you guys in another chat? All right. Rick, you're a patient man. You have to be. You have to be. And I think that kind of goes with a carnivore diet. Okay. Worse now. Okay, so we're still in the delay here. Longer continues. I don't think it's a neighbor power wash. They're still power washing, but you shouldn't hear it in here. Okay. Okay. Let's go through the rest of this. There's nothing like a little technical issues to get the comments going, and they are really, really going. Okay. There we go. Restart the live stream. I was going to, but what I did, using OBS, I was able to just remove the source, and it is kind of nice. If you run your own streaming software, at least you have a little bit of control as to what's going on. And I'm monitoring just the output of my system. So the problem was not in the mixer, which is good. Okay, vegan sabotaging it. Maybe Shane Sterling, the snake oil salesman, he figured out. Yeah, you got that right. Okay, and there he is. Yes, our resident engineer approves. Perfect now. Yes, your voice is a little low. You did it. It's fixed. You need to turn volume up, and I did that. And let's see what else we got here. Perfect. There we go. It was about the system. A lot of times when I talk about the system, I get my comments deleted or my live stream kind of goes down. So I don't know. I start talking about central banking and that's it. Okay, Rick, do you remember Skipper Chuck and his TV Kitty show? Not only do I remember it, but I was actually on it one time. We had, I don't remember what it was, but there was one time when a friend of mine was on the show, and I guess somehow I convinced my parents to take me over there. It was in downtown Miami, and yeah, I was on that once. I don't think any of those shows still exist, but and I think when before I was born they called it Popeye's Playhouse or something. That was riveting. All normal in Quackland. There you go. Quacker's still here. That's it. Hit the like button and help out Rick. Please do that. That's great. We didn't doubt for a minute he would succeed eventually. That's like anything else. It's like my heart attack. It's only a matter of time before I get that massive heart attack. Always an adventure on Rick the Iguana Hunter. There you go. Very riveting, almost like spaceflight. Good morning. Well, hello, movie goats. Sure, I'll be seeing you next Monday. And if everyone doesn't know that, our friend Thomas, the Target Prime Rib, is going to have a live on Monday, and he decided to invite the two finest carnivores, and especially the very tall one, because he says it's like good luck. If you want to start a carnivore interview or live stream series, it's always good to get the original carnivore to start your series. Okay, you missed out. Hey, you could always replay. That's the beauty of it. Good for you. Ground control to Major Tom. You missed the static situation. Okay. I don't think I've ever had that many comments, so there's nothing like technical issues or health issues. If I have a heart attack, I'll end up with hundreds of viewers. I'll be like Mitch having his stroke, you know. Rick has a heart attack, and I'm over here going, oh, I had this terrible heart attack. And then a month later, everybody comes in and views the videos. And of course, after a few weeks, they'll get tired of it. Okay. Oh, let's see. Movie goats. I feel hit by a truck, but I did use magnesium oil. Probably been working hard out there on the farm. Always a replay available. Okay. Oh, this is good. Now, this is a very good comment. Thank you very much for saying this. Most people who create YouTube channels about carnivory end up thinking that perhaps they can make a buck from it. When that happens, I usually start paying less attention and often cancel subscription. Now, this is an anonymous user. I don't know who you are, but whoever you are, I agree 100%. I generally don't cancel a subscription because a lot of these channels are popular, and I'll go in there and say hi, see if any of my online friends will say hi to me. But if for some reason it becomes too annoying, I just stop watching it entirely. And I hate to say it, but there's a couple of very popular channels that I'm beginning to feel that way about it. Let's see. Call it an old lady fall when you're almost 40. Rick was brainwashing us for a while, but we broke loose. I'm like PBS, I'm supported by viewers. There you go. Well, I'm not supported by anyone except myself and a very, very difficult cat. Compared to weeks ago, you are making progress on live stream quality. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And you know, the fact that you're here, and by the way, if you're not familiar with Mikhail Polish Mike, he's one of the hardcore carnivores like me. And unlike many people, he's not trying to lose weight. He's trying to build mass, which is something I would like to do. I just don't have the money and time to do it yet, but I will. I think, you know, even though I'm going to be 57 in a couple of months, I think compared to other 57-year-olds, I'm quite good shape, and I think I could make a lot of progress. Okay, qualify, you're not even 40 yet, right? I miss Mitch. Okay. It's not the same. Well, again, Mitch, I think, is what, 2 or 3 times a week? And he will be more frequent because, as someone mentioned, as a Jewish guy, he loves to talk. And the talking is actually part of his therapy. Being able to get up in the morning, say hi to everybody, feel like you're in the group. So not only is he entertaining you, but you're also helping him. And that's really nice, I have to admit. I love his channel because he's not really trying to impress anybody. You don't see him dressing up or using a lot of special effects. He's just going out there and giving you his experience. And a lot of people can relate to him, especially, you know, if you're an older person who's had a lot of challenges, which he has. And this is a man that's had a lot of successes and a lot of challenges. And they seem to go hand in hand for most people. If you're going to be having a lot of successes, you're going to be having a lot of challenges. My rule, has always been that for every success, you're probably going to have at least 10 unsuccessful attempts. That's just the way it is. Even if you have the advantage and you have everything lined up right for you, anything can go wrong at any time because we live in a world that is dominated by entropy, and that's just the way it is. So you're not going to get any scamming from his channel. We did not drink the cooling. Okay. Always happy to tune in. Yeah, and good content. Radio voice and good content. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Let me go ahead and switch this so we can go right to the comments. Okay. And, all right. So a cold plunge would be awesome. Yes. Clumsy would be the word. Okay. Nice. Very nice. Voice still cuts out occasionally. Okay. His signature statement. You mean, I'm not sure who you're talking about. I was talking about Mitch, which we all know is take the rest of the day off and eat meat. But, and you think maybe Skipper Chuck? Skipper Chuck, you know what? I don't remember. I'm trying to remember what his statement was. It's been so long. You're talking 50 years, maybe? Thomas had a 5-hour live yesterday. Well, that's because, you see, Thomas said he wasn't going to be on long, and then he invited me in there, and then that's what happened. Okay, you need to read the comments. It was funny. Yeah, I know it was. I read all the comments. That's one of the great things about my channel. You're not going to see me just ignoring people and blabbing away all the time. I may blab a lot, but that's it. Okay. If you go on live and you run out of your time, you go live, they don't cut you off. Well, that's good to know. I don't really use StreamYard because I'm trying to do it in a way that's independent, even if I have to struggle a little bit with this thing. You can see what I've done. I've used Chrome plugin and OBS and a couple of cameras to be able to do this stuff. And that's it. Okay, let me take this off here. All right. Nice. Mitch is part of our ecosystem. Yes, he is. Okay, we're catching up here. Yeah, Skipper Chuck, that's what I figured. All right, so we are all caught up with comments, and that is a good thing. So anyway, speaking of comments, let me add a little something here, which I forgot to add due to my slight technical issues. Hopefully when I move the keyboard, I don't crash the whole system. All right, let's see. Okay, why is this not working? Okay, and all right, there we go. Okay. Are my questions, comments not coming through? I thought I saw your question and comment up above. You can always repost it if you like. I mean, there's no rule that says you can't. Okay. Okay, good. Anyway, let's go ahead and switch scenes here. What in the world is going on here? Okay, I hope you can hear me. I see sound coming up here. Can you hear me? Okay. I think when I move the keyboard, I'm dealing with some pretty old and obsolete equipment. How are you back in the echo chamber? Oh, God, what is it this time? Okay. I'm good? Okay. I have a feeling that somebody doesn't like me. Either YouTube doesn't like me or somebody doesn't like me. I think the vegans, they have some kind of a plot to get rid of me. It's really interesting because I get these comments on my channel that people say, well, Rick, you look so unhealthy. Oh, look at that Rick guy. He looks terrible. Well, I'm telling you, I'm going to be 57 in a couple months. I want to see another person who is 57, who doesn't have a saggy face, doesn't have a bunch of wrinkles, has lots of healthy hair, has no eye issues, crooked teeth, but no dental issues. I mean, seriously. There's a slight air sound in the background. Yeah, I think that's part of the mixer and the computer. There's a couple of things, but we can live with it. It's not the end of the world. Okay, let me go back to the other scene here. And you know what I think it is? When I switch scenes, that's what the problem is. So when I switch scenes, yeah, that's got to be it. I probably sound different now. But anyway, that's fine. Okay. I see what's going on. All right. When you go to the other scene, it's great. We'll switch back and forth. That's part of the fun. Let's hit the comments. I just love how many comments I get. Let me tell you something. I have never seen another channel with as few subscribers as I have who has this many comments. I think one of the strong points of me is that people, once they know me, they're very willing to approach, and I love the interaction, and that's why I'm here. Remember, unlike many people on YouTube, I didn't go on YouTube to make money. I didn't go on YouTube to be a celebrity. I went on YouTube for one reason and one reason alone, and that was to meet people. I've only met one person so far, but I'm going to be meeting, I think, a lot of you later this year, thanks to a couple of my friends that are going to try to make sure that I make it up to the little Tampa get-together. Plus, any of you, whenever you come through Miami, maybe you're going to take a cruise, or maybe you're going to the airport, you can always, if you have a little time, give me a call, and if I am not working, I have time, I will go over there and I'll say hi to you. You don't have to come over here to the Duck House. And no, this is not like that movie, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, where there's a bunch of chainsaws hanging in my garage, and there's all kinds of bones hanging around the yard. This is not it. I mean, you'll find chicken bones and maybe iguana and duck bones, but that's about it. So anyway, let's see comments. Let me hit these comments here. Yep. First I'm seeing you. Okay, well maybe that's what it is. YouTube must not be posting his comments. Okay, let me go through this. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. And Mandy Beddoes is here. All right, that's good. Let me get rid of my little thingy here. Yes. Up, 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 up. Come on. Okay. Hear no echo. Great. Do not hear echo. Sounds good. There's a slight sound in the background, but not bad. Well, that's good. And Cindy says, hey now, Rick, I'll be 67 next month. Well, it doesn't matter how old you are. How do you feel? How do you look? What is a 67-year-old supposed to look like? You might be the description of that. People get offended when they ask me what their age is, and I tell them their age. I try to be as accurate as possible, and I'm usually maybe a year or two over. So what I do, I think of what do they look like, and then I try to go down maybe 5, 6 years, and I usually still end up over. Because the way I feel that a person who's in their 40s, 50s, or even 60s should still be healthy, attractive, and strong. There is no reason why a person who is 65 should look like something that belongs in the scrapyard. That's not the way it is. I think that if you look at, for example, cats and how long it takes them to grow up, maybe 2 years, and they live anywhere from 14 to 20 years, then that's it. So you could think of it maybe, 7 times your life? You should be able to at least 7 times. So if that was the case, if it took a human 20 years to get old, they should live to 140, which doesn't happen because we live in a screwed up world. But on the other hand, in terms of aging, you should not start to fall apart until you reach your 70s or 80s. And then the decline should be rather rapid. It should not be as, whatever. Okay, you go there, the scene is great, the sound is great. Yes, for the entropic analysis. That's me. Who's calling in? So far, nobody. I don't know. I didn't see the phone ring. Not one other person has reached for. No, they have not. Not even the prominent YouTubers. There's been several of these YouTubers that they come to Miami to go on a cruise, or they come here to visit people. Not once have they ever said, hey, I'm going to meet up. Now, the only person who has, as you know, is my buddy Russ Mitchell. Every 2 weeks we're on the Keto Cookout. He is the only one. And not only did he reach out to meet me, but he took me to the Brazilian Steakhouse down the street, which I had never been in. We enjoyed a really good meal. I was very happy to have him here. And he's the exception to the rule, because that means he's one of the few people courageous enough to do that. I want to look like Maggie when I grow up. Yes, that is very true. And that's what an 80-something person is supposed to look like. Problem is, she's not really out on the internet, out and about. I don't see her doing any lives or anything. I've never seen her actually in action. The only time I saw her speak was on Anthony Chaffee's channel. I guess Kerry's been keeping her under wraps. I guess he's got her pretty much hidden away. Mike is fixed? Yes. I would have cooked and eaten already. You're slow? Okay. So, yes. Rutsch is, and yeah, he is. Okay. Let me go back to the other scene here, and hopefully, there we go. I seem to be moving the microphone. What is this? Yeah, come on. Okay. That should be much, much better. Well, my microphone keeps trying to get away from me. I don't know what's going on here. This thing has a mind of its own. Okay. And let's see. I love Russ. I found Maggie's channel. Yes. That's the farmer still fit. Yeah, that's the Canadian rancher. And she took it, she was, I guess, she got out there to explain her carnivore story and was able to use that as leverage to get some money to keep her ranch going. And I believe she offers some type of experience where you can go over there and stay at her ranch for a fee, and then she may be offering products and whatever. So thanks to Anthony Chaffee finding her, she was able to take advantage of her experience, her appearance and energy, and use that as a way to get some financial help and keep her ranch going. And that's what we need to do. We need to help people like that, because they're the ones that are producing meat. They should be getting some type of benefit from it. So that's really good. And I guess now that she was able to get that assistance, she doesn't have to be online as much. She can concentrate on her ranching and other operations. And that's good. And you see, the only way that we're going to have this lifestyle really catch on and really make some progress is going to be if we're able to get people to either identify with us or to see us as part of the solution and not part of the problem. So this is really important. And this is one of the reasons that I'm very much against these membership sites. And I know that I offend some people But the thing is, part of being a long-term carnivore is being against the grain. And I say many times I'm against the grain because I don't think people should eat grains. And again, it's that old saying, against the grain. That's me. And you know, and the other thing too, some of the people in the carnivore community, they want to use it. I got to do something about this microphone. Why do you keep trying to get away from me? I think my microphone has been taken over by vegans. All right. Anyway, let me get back onto the topic here. It's really important that we need to understand, and this is something that I'm guilty of doing. I never really understood that my heart attack diet was actually a beneficial diet and that it was something that could help people. And it was really frustrating because taking care of my own parents, that was 10 years of my life that was just a constant battle because my mother hated meat. My dad wouldn't eat it even though he liked it because he was convinced that in order to be healthy you had to eat a lot of vegetables. And then of course what I would do, I would put out the example of Steve Jobs. Now everybody knows who Steve Jobs is. He was one of the founders of Apple, although it was actually the other Steve, the fat guy. What is his name? Wozniak or something like that. He's the one that was the real brain behind Apple Computer. Steve Jobs was basically just you know, a salesman. And the thing is that in our world today, it's the people that do marketing and sales that get most of the money. I tend to call some people flim-flammers, snake oil salesmen, and all that. And I really have a deep distrust of people like that. So, for example, if I'm outside working in my yard and these young people come by, now they're always trying to sell you either replacement roof or windows. So the first thing they want to do, oh, we're having a special event where we can get together. We're working in your neighborhood, blah, 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 whatever. And I say, you know what? Okay, what are you selling? Are you selling roofing or are you selling windows or whatever? And everybody wants those ugly, and I mean, these things are ugly. These stupid hurricane windows, the impact windows or whatever. You can put impact windows on your house. Yeah, and then I can't barely see out the window because I have this stupid sliding window that when I open it up, if it rains, water is going to pour in. And it's just big and bulky and ugly. Yeah, I mean, it's nice to have a window that doesn't break. But the thing is, in my case, I have hurricane panels. Oh, but that's a lot of work. I said, in 1 hour, I can put up all my hurricane panels. It is not that difficult. And the way I do it, of course, I leave the hurricane panels on the back of the house pretty much year round, except for a couple windows that I open. And I like jalousie windows, which are those glass louvers that are narrow. When you walk by them, you don't hit them. And if it rains, the water doesn't come in. So as soon as they try their sales pitch, I'm already tuned out. There is nothing that any of these people could say that would make me want to go into debt to change my windows and put ugly impact windows. Now, of course, when I go to sell the dump, if I did want to put impact windows, what I would do, I would just find somebody that had them in storage that wanted to get rid of them cheap, and I'd go ahead and I'd buy them and I'd install them, and I'm not going to worry about a permit because I'll be selling it to an idiot investor anyway, and they'll pay you a ton of money no matter how bad the place is. So I'll just do that, and that'll be the end of it. But the thing is, when it comes to sales, I'm immune to it. It's like commercials. I was a kid that always watched commercials as a kid. But, and no, on YouTube, I don't disable the ads. I could care less. Because no matter how many commercials I watch, I'll never buy anything based on a commercial. When I buy something, I tend to be like that lady that you see outside the courthouse, where you have the scales, you know, you have the thing holding the scales, and then supposedly you weigh it. Now, of course, in the real world, you'll have a big bag of money on one side, and then the other side, that'll be the scale. And the blindfold is not blindfolded. She's got $2 signs in her eyes, a bag of money, and then you have your scales of justice. But anyway, okay, let's see. Okay, let me go back to the other scene. And yeah, that was in his profile there. Rick has the patience of a saint. You know, in my world, I'm the problem solver. I have people going crazy with electrical problems and plumbing problems and everything, going into a fit, and I'm the only one that can solve their problem. Yeah, the big rock egg from it. That's right. You're welcome to call in anytime you wish. That's great. That's right. I agree with that. This YouTube flimflammery doesn't make sense. Yeah, there you go. So anyway, you know, it really is interesting when you think about what we go through, especially in today's world. And that's a good thing. Let me see if I can adjust this. I hope I don't knock myself offline here. Okay. Not too bad. All right. So anyway, yeah, let's see. I get back to these messages after getting some coffee. Okay. Thomas says he's going to get some coffee. That's good. I should get some water, but I'll have to go to the refrigerator to do that. And in order to do that, I have to open the door and I have to battle the beast. And as you know, if you saw my short video this morning, I was looking for my beast. He came in my room and he disappeared. And I looked around and I kept hearing, burp, burp. This cat, like my other black cat, is so cute. He would always go, burp, burp, burp. I love that little sound that cats make. And so I hear the sound. I'm looking around like, where's my cat? I'm looking all over the place. I go, wait a minute. The last time I couldn't find him, he was up on the light. So I look up on the air conditioner. I see this black cat, this little tiny space squeezed up there on the air conditioner. It's just so cute, you know. And he looks at me and goes, meow. I'm like, okay. And then the next thing you know, he's over there attacking my leg. And I fed him, but he has to follow me everywhere. And this is a thing I've always had whenever I have a cat. And my mom used to say it's because all you eat is meat all the time. My cats will cuddle up to me all the time. And they don't stop. And I know people that have cats, they open the door, they run outside, they feed them. They may meow a few times. But my cat, that thing sticks to me like crazy. I took him for a ride in the van. It was so cute. He was up on the seat. He stood up on the window. He was looking outside. Then he started meowing all the time. It was really funny. So, but I'll take him one of these days. I'm building a camera mount to use my old phone. So I got some straps. I had a GoPro camera that a friend of mine had given me, but it quit working. I need to take it apart. I'm not sure what happened to it. It seems to overheat and quit. So I don't know. But anyway, I'll put that mount on there and then I'll take my cat out. I'm also going to make a cat harness or find one somewhere, and I'll take him for a walk like I always used to with my cats. Um, I have to make sure I have plenty of diatomaceous earth because when you take your cat for a walk, they're always going to be attacked by fleas and sometimes ticks. So we'll do that. Now, when I used to have ducks around here, the cat and the ducks used to hang out together. It was so cute because once the cat and ducks became friends, then my duck would see the cat as a source of ticks and fleas and other things to nibble on. And once a cat gets used to it, the duck beak is going through their fur, picking up everything. Ducks have a little tongue; they can pick up any insect you could ever imagine. So they are. It is quite nice. But sadly, I lost my ducks, so we'll get them back. One day, and I know what'll happen. The mating season is starting, and I have a few friends that live in these stupid condominium communities where they murder ducks. And I have a friend that has a townhouse, so when the duck problem starts to be large, they'll usually pay me to remove the ducks. And then once I do a duck removal, I may have 10, 15 ducks that I've removed and got paid for it. And what do you think I do with them? I bring them here. I turn them loose in my yard. And a lot of times they'll stick around. And then I pick out the friendly ones from the not so friendly ones. And the ones that are not so friendly, they are invited to a very special dinner in my house. And the other ones, they get to live on and breed. So anyway, let's see what we have comment-wise. Okay. Who is going to call Rick? Well, that's a good question. I don't think too many people are courageous enough to do so. Well, last time he called, it was hours on the phone. Shorty, I've seen that one. Yep, it makes that cute little sound. I love it. Well, there you go. Well, we're glad that we can be an example. Even someone like me that would normally scare people away. Oh, nice. I haven't had liver in a long time. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, not all of us drink coffee, but we're here. Hmm. Okay. Well, again, that's what we're here for. Don't feel like you're alone. I mean, even if you may be physically alone, there's others out there that are struggling. Do you advertise your services or are you more referral? I do not advertise my services. It's just because, well, first of all, my truck's been broken. So I kind of doing, I don't, what do you call it? Let's see. It's just people that know me. A lot of them were actually former customers of mine when I had security camera business, or even back when I did computers and networking and servers. And it's just people that I've done repair work for. They say, oh, I know this guy. And then I'm the guy they know. Get a lot of electrical and plumbing work that way. I can't say, this is a family show. How about you calling? There you go. Well, that's up to him. Again, you have the number. All right. So, again, this is your option. You can do whatever you want to, which is fine. And again, glad to have everyone that is here. Now, I don't have a count of how many people are in chat. I guess that's one of the weaknesses of the OBS Studio. I couldn't find a setting for that. There must be something. And I have the pop-out chat on the other window. Okay. Yeah. Let's hit the comments again. Mm-hmm. You quack me up. There you go. Okay. Not bad, not bad. I love the comments. They keep coming in. Some of these live streams, especially when you don't have a lot of people, the comments don't come in. But see, the people that are on my live stream, we think outside the box. We're independent people. So we're not afraid to chat. And I've had some people say that they do get afraid when they're being interviewed. And I think that's one of the reasons why some of these channels that just started out, they picked me as their first interview. Because as Alia Wells had said, Rick is easy. All you have to do is say something and let him talk. It makes it very easy to do an interview. And I agree with that 100%. So, and her and Mitch are the two reasons why I actually joined Dr. Kiltz's channel. And I will be early in the morning. And in fact, I should tell you what the date is so you could see it. I believe it's what, not next week, but the following week. I don't even remember. I'll have to look it up. But I will be on his channel a couple of times. They've scheduled me. And I'm glad that they would pick me for a channel like that. I kind of like him. At first, I thought Dr. Kiltz was a used car salesman, but now I see he's probably one of the most interesting, and I hope I get to meet him because he does have a house in Florida. So maybe one of these days I get to meet him. Let's see who the first doctor is. And if I am able to get to that Hack Your Health event in November, if I don't have a heart attack before then, I'm going to see who's the first person that actually comes up to me and says, "Hi, Rick." Because again, in a crowd, I'm easy to find. I am the only carnivore that is taller than Dr. Sean Baker and as skinny as a vegan. Now, the one problem that I've told people with vegans is that even though I'm as skinny as a vegan, I don't look like a vegan. So if you took an old vegan, for example, Michael Greger, you know him, and you put him next to me, now don't tell anybody he's younger than me. You say, "Oh, is that Rick's dad?" That would be too funny. So anyway, let me hit these comments here. All right, look at all that. Look at all that. Rick
Did you say that you don't drink coffee? That is correct. I cannot stand coffee. When I think of coffee, I think about the office and school, which is a place I hated, and I think about cigarettes, which is something else I absolutely hate, like the teacher's lounge. So coffee and cigarettes are two of the things I hate the most, and I will never drink coffee or smoke cigarettes. And Cindy has brought a big point. Where are the likes? Come on, people. Click the like. Don't be shy. It's free, and it may help other people find the channel. 33 cream listeners, okay? I'm not seeing him drink coffee. No, and you never will. Public speaking is at the top of the list of most common fears. Well, it's never been a fear of mine. Go ahead and get yourself some ice water, Rick. We'll hold the fort. I will do that in a bit. Hi, Rick. Hi, Annabella. Glad that you're here. I don't think we should move about the cabling. No telling my... Hopefully it'll be fine. Hi, everyone. Hello. We're supposed to picture the audience in their underwear. Well, I'm not going to wear my underwear. That's for sure. Good morning, Anna. Morning, Annabella. Morning coffee. Yeah, there you go. All right. No coffee for me. Never smoked either. Well, good for you. Sorry, forgot to like. There's our anonymous person. Not quite sure how they do that, but anyway. And we see Annabella the Happy Carnivore says, also, I don't drink coffee. Now, one of the things I'm going to try to do is to make this other view transparent and then try to overlay it. So what I'll try to do is overlay this over my image. I tried that before, but it crashed. But I will get it. It's just a matter of being creative. And now that I realize there are separate audio settings for each one of these views, this gives me some other possibilities. I may even put multiple cameras. I thought about having like my outside camera system connected to this, and when I get my ducks back, you can see them doing their ducky things, and maybe even doing this. All right, well, let's see. Questions and comments. So, all right, let's see. Yep. Cindy never smoking. Well, that's probably why she's done as well as she has, avoiding those horrible cancer sticks. I forgot to hit the like too. Well, there's no excuse for that, but you corrected that, didn't you? I've never smoked, and neither have I. The only thing I've ever smoked was pork butt and brisket. That's the only thing I've ever smoked. We do not smoke plant material. It's like if you go to the Heart Attack Grill, they say that the only thing on the vegan menu is cigarettes, so we don't do that. And even if you wanted to smoke, why would you smoke a cigarette, which is a commercially made, chemical-filled product? If you really wanted to smoke, you'd plant some tobacco, and you would dry and ferment the leaves yourself, and you'd roll your own big, fat cigars, so you could be like Mitch, the cigar smoker, and you could have an old guy logo with the cigar sticking out, with that get off my lawn face, and that'd be perfect. So you could be like George Burns, or you could be like, what was the other guy? Jack Benny, or who was the other one that smoked? Groucho Marx. Let me think. I think George Burns was well known because he lived so long. There's a couple of other people that smoke cigars and live quite a long time. And here we go with Michael Moore again. Rick, would you ever consider drinking alcohol regularly? I expect these type of questions from you. You asked me a question last week that had something to do with homosexuality, and today, drinking alcohol. No, I would not consider drinking alcohol because to me, alcohol is a waste product of yeast, which is basically a chemical used for making paints, shellacs, and for cleaning, and as a fuel. It's not something I would consider drinking alcohol as much as I would consider drinking diesel or seed oils. I have tea very occasionally. A lot of people enjoy their tea. Kudos to those who have never smoked, and that is me. Imagine with the sinus issues I have, if I was a smoker, I'd probably be dead now. I'd probably be talking like this with a little pig in the mouth, you know. Like the lady, I think she was in her 50s. Her name was Terry. Hi, my name is Terry, and I'm a smoker. Remember those commercials? I remember when you could still smoke in an office. Yes, back in the 80s, you went to the school board headquarters at Lindsay Hopkins, and they were all smoking. Every building you went in, It smelled like a cigarette factory or an ashtray. And Lori has our first official question. How is your yard looking? And that is a very good question. I'm going to have to make a video. My yard is a little bit messier because I have banana plants fall over. And there's a few little branches I had to clean up. I haven't done really any yard work except yesterday. I've been lazy this week. I've only had 3 small jobs. I spent most of my time wasting my time on the computer, trying to play with software, looking at YouTube videos, just totally wasting my time. But you know what? I think it was kind of necessary because I had the flu a couple weeks ago, and I might still be going ahead and, recovering from that. Well, anyway. So, let's see what else we got. I just ate sugar, which was so toxic. Well, you don't want to do that. Okay. Where do we measure the banana tree? I'll do that soon. I just have to get little Bob out there to do it. Interesting. Yeah, I've heard that too. Love you guys. We love you back. Just have to get, yeah, that's what always happens. That's entropy in action. I remember those commercials. Oh yeah. Remember with the lady, and I used to be a smoker. Love the imitation. And speaking of commercials, that might be another good subject. Let me see here. Oh boy. Water. I've never had the flu. Man, you're lucky. I don't know. I get it 3 times a year. It's just normal for me. I think it's kind of important. Well, let me see if I can. What is this? Okay. See if I don't crash my computer. All right. Oh, look at that. Gary has another interview. He's been really pushing the interviews lately. I guess he's trying to compete with Dave Mack. We got some of our other friends here. And Heart Attack Grill's got some more music videos. That's good. We got some duckies. All kinds of stuff. All right. I get some weird recommendations, let me tell you. Okay. Anyway, let's see what we can find here. That's the one.
I'm Mary, and I used to be a smoker. I want to give you some tips about getting ready in the morning. Lord, you me. When you're having ready to fight, and now we're ready for the day.
Okay.
Now, she was 51 at the time. All right, I think she lived to 53 or something like that. So that is kind of scary, and I think anybody that would be a smoker would look at that and go, wait a minute. But then again, I have to admit that if you go to the hospital not that far down the street, you'll see people out there smoking a cigarette. Now, they can't smoke in the hospital. When I was a kid, you could actually smoke inside the hospital. Think about it. You could smoke anywhere. It was, I remember as a kid going to the school office in elementary school, and the secretary would be smoking a cigarette at the desk. It just was very, very common. You go to any restaurant and you'd be fogged out by cigarette smoke. I had to give up bowling, even though I love bowling. I love bowling so much, I got myself bowling alleys and bowling lanes. And I couldn't go to the bowling alley because everybody would smoke over there. So that was just not something that, you could really deal with. But anyway, that's what it was. Okay, let's see. And we have a stream of comments. Look at that.
Lucky you. Ah, that sounds good. See? Glyphosate. The glyphosate has the best taste. Oh boy. I never understood why people want to boil dried plant leaves. That just doesn't make sense. Yeah, mint is easy to grow. It'll pretty much grow wild. And see, the mint that people like is actually an insecticide. It discourages insects from eating it. There's also a plant called tropical oregano, which I have growing all over my yard. It does the same thing. Keeps the snails and other insects from eating it. My mom used to love tea. And yeah, see, Carnivore Dan, I remember those ads from years ago. When will you be doing some Mopar videos? Did you know the Plymouth Duster was superior? Well, that's an opinion. Obviously, if you're talking about drag racing, sure, because it weighs less. But for general use, I think that the Charger was the best. The Duster, it rides like a wagon pulled by a horse down a dirt road. Not the greatest car. I smoked through all of them. There you go. Like I said, I've seen people visiting their relatives in the hospital with lung cancer, dying. And what do when they get stressed out? They go outside and they smoke a cigarette. It's crazy. Over there at the shopping center, I think it's funny, I made a little quick video. One of those ashtrays that they put out there caught on fire because it's made out of plastic. And it had so many cigarette butts in it, I guess it finally just caught fire because they never cleaned it out. Okay, tongue cancer, wow. Oh, yeah, that's not good. And you know, the other thing is, a lot of young people today don't drink like they used to. You know, you're looking at the spring break. I mean, years ago, they'd line up on Fort Lauderdale and get drunk, and they'd be all over the place. You know, they're all passed out on the ground. You don't see that much anymore. So there is hope. Although they are addicted to sugar and junk food, at least they're not drinking themselves crazy with alcohol and smoking cigarettes. Now, when it comes to the other smokable item, that is fairly common, even though it's technically not legal. But a lot of people are still smoking cannabis. And by the way, cannabis extracts do have a lot of benefits for people with chronic pain. But the average person shouldn't be smoking their mind away with cannabis. It's an echo chamber in here. I hope that's not an audio issue. Okay. Rockin' Keto Amy. Hi, everyone. Well, hello. Glad you're here. Not bad at all. So, again, lively comments, but my phone has been so quiet. Why is nobody calling in? I don't know. Not good, not good. Anyway. Okay. What is going on here? I got some audio issues again? Something like that? I don't know. Okay. Well, I hope I'm not having any more technical issues. This would be ridiculous if I am. Anyway. Okay. All right. So, yep, I've been looking at the light. Now, I did disconnect one of the ringers, so hopefully, you know, let's see. Yeah, just when you switch scenes, I think what it is, there's definitely some kind of lag in this computer. It's not the oldest computer. Okay, you only get the echo when you're clicking on the chat. Oh, I see. I know what it is then. It's probably the desktop capture. So what I'll do the next time I click on the chat, I will disable that. That's what it is. I'm beginning to figure this out. It does take a little bit of doing, but we'll get it. And again, you know, yeah, the echo is gone now. So anyway, with that being said, do we have any more comments or any more
things. Now, if no one has anything, there's a few things that I wanted to talk about. And some of those things, again, have to do with the carnivore space. Now, I don't know if you agree with me. You may disagree with me. Some people get offended when I say this, but I am very much against pay to play. Now, what is pay to play? This is where you have to put money into something to be part of it. So, in other words, you have, for example, a group, and you have a group of people that have a common interest. But then what you do, you put up a thing that says, well, you can't join my group unless you get a membership that you have to pay for. And realistically, I don't know. Is that really a group? Is that really an open group? No, it's not. Now you say, oh, well, it's only a few dollars or whatever. But what if you're a person who is very much against, what would you call it, subscriptions or any kind of, paid group? And you see a lot of these groups out there, especially now in the carnivore space, as someone had commented earlier, people get into this space and then they get the idea that they're going to be able to make a lot of money. And I think that's what's happening. So you get somebody out there who becomes popular on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, or whatever else they're on. And then what they end up doing, they say, well, I'm going to start a group, and then we're going to go ahead and we're going to charge you $5, $10, whatever. Some groups even have the nerve to charge you $30 a month. $30 a month to belong to a group. For what purpose? Oh, you can go on our Zoom call. Well, big deal. I could go on your stupid group and get what out of it? What exactly am I going to get that I couldn't get from just going on somebody's free live stream? Or, hey, having an actual human being that I can meet in person? Seriously? That's one of those things. So, if you're one of those people that likes those groups, that's okay. You have the right to do that. But if you're the one that set up a group like that, then, that's it. And let's see. Okay. Let me hit these comments again now. Let me switch. Okay. There should be no echo right now. Because what I did, I let the system pause, and that way the system can reset. So there should be no echo right now. All right. Let's go over here. Ring, ring. No ring yet. It's an echo. Yes. No one called Rick. I think I've scared everybody off. They didn't put on the charger. Well, see, my phone is powered by the utility or the big generator. I think one of these days I'm going to show my generator. I actually have a generator I built that runs on wood, which is another one of my little inventions. Plain soda water. Okay. Half a beer. I hate beer. I just didn't like it. The echo is gone now. Yes. That's because I switched scenes. Let's go. Man, I love your comments. You guys are the best. See me with hot water or no drink? Yes. I just found out Mopar is short for motor parts. Yes. But I call it mostly old parts and rust. That's what it is. That's what I call it. Okay. I would call you. But we're talking on Monday. Yes. And after what we talked the last time, 2-3 hours, whatever it was, you give somebody else a chance. But not everybody wants to put their voice on the internet, and that's fine. Okay. Man, I gotta catch up. You guys are awesome. Yes, you made that one lady really mad yesterday with what her name, Coach Rebecca. I also told her that she was 45 or something, which is her real age. Women like it when you lie to them and you tell them they look younger. But the thing is, I'm not going to lie to anybody. But I did tell the other part of it. I said, look, when you're healthy and attractive, it doesn't matter how old you are. And I've said many, many times, there is no reason why a person in their 40s or 50s should not be attractive. You tend to think if some gal is 50, that she's over the hill and undesirable. And that is not the case at all. In fact, even for us guys, I see a lot of vain guys out there with their stupid Botox and all this other crap. Nobody cares if you have wrinkles on your face and wrinkles on your body. But if you have muscles and you're strong and you're active, it doesn't matter if you don't even have any hair. You know how many guys are bald and the women still chase them? Because they have a good, strong body. It's not, vanity is stupid. And if a person is that vain, you don't need to know them anyway. But yeah, what happened with, I think, Coach Rebecca is that she's become popular in the group, and I guess she's been helping people or whatever, so she may have taken offense that I said that healing humanity is, in my opinion, not worth it. That's just my opinion. And I think I've made everybody else mad too, because Carrie doesn't like my comments anymore, and I may have even offended some of the other people on their team. But again, I'm not trying to say that they're scammers, because they are not scammers. What I'm trying to say is that I think it is overpriced for what it is. Just because somebody overcharges you doesn't make them a scammer. I mean, think about it. People buy Bentleys and Rolls Royce, which are some of the ugliest pieces of crap on the road, and yet they're not a scam. They know exactly what they're getting. And that's just the way that I feel. Okay. I feel a bit blonde today. Well, blondes are awesome. You know, they say gentlemen prefer blondes. Okay. Now, let's take a look at this comment. Carnivore Dan says, I am starting a carnivore coaching business, and I will promote it on YouTube. I will try and make a buck on carnivore. Is this bad? No, it is not bad. And I've said this many times. If you are providing a product or service, you deserve to be compensated. Absolutely. So if you're taking your time out and you're making videos to advertise your services, that is perfectly fine. That's something that I would do. And I'll give you an example. If for some reason I was able to get the ranch or the duck farm or whatever I wanted, even if I was growing avocados, I would go on YouTube and say, you know, my avocados are the best, even though I don't eat them myself. I would not have a problem with people buying my avocados. And by the way, I have several avocado varieties that I've developed over the years that my vegan and omnivore friends love. So it's not so much that, you know, I'm against making money, because I'm not. If you can make money offering a product or service, more power to you. I will even advertise if my YouTube channel ever became popular. It's like I talk about my friend Jonathan, Carnivore Muscle. Anytime somebody has a question about carnivore and bodybuilding, I always refer them to him. And he earns some money, although he has a very reasonable rate, with his personalized coaching and consultations and stuff like that. So if you have that service, I encourage you to do that. There's nothing wrong with that. What I'm against is creating a walled garden, like, for example, Apple Computer does, where you have to buy into this, and then it becomes like a cult. And this is what I do not want to see. I do not want to see a carnivore cult where all these people line up and they worship Dr. Berry or whoever the carnivore personality is. You're always going to have the ambassador or figurehead, and then everybody's around them. They have their minions and they have everybody else. Because the thing about the carnivore lifestyle is that if you follow Rick's heart attack diet, you're not following Rick, because I'm going to die of a heart attack. I'll be gone. I'll be long gone. In the future, people will look me up and say, you know, that Rick guy, I'd like to do what he did. And that's just one of those things. So there's a difference there. But again, there's nothing wrong with making a business. And I encourage you to do that. What I am against is this whole club or whatever. If you're smart and you want to make a business out of it, set up the club for free and then have different levels. And then that will provide a sales funnel for your coaching business. And I think that is the right way of doing it. That's why TV used to be free, because of the advertisements. Yes, always anticipate reactions. See, the thing is, when I chat from, as they say, I shoot from the hip. I don't care. I got nothing to lose at all. And I see the laugh-in reference. She would always do that. I remember that. I hate text messaging. That's just me. Yep. Right. And see, Rockin' Keto Amy, this is what I'm trying to say. It is not economically feasible to join everyone's group. I wish I could, but I can't afford it. That's it. You can't afford it. You should not have to pay to belong to a group. A group that you have to pay to belong to is not the kind of group that I want to be part of, ever. And I mean ever. My door's open. It's like if you have a church, and it's like, what's that stupid church? Scientology, where they want to charge you money to go there? Who's going to go there? You have to be an idiot. You could walk to any church and walk in, and they'll welcome you. Now, they will pass a collection plate, but there's nothing wrong with that. You can choose to donate or not. And this is what I'm trying to say. This is what I have against the carnivore documentary. You know, oh, all of our proceeds go to the documentary. I don't care. I don't care. If I want to donate to your documentary, I will gladly donate to your documentary. Look at what Dr. Kiltz did when they had the 24-hour live stream. He gave him $1,000. Awesome. That's the kind of person that I am. If I have the money and I see that you need it, I'll give it to you. Absolutely. You don't have to entice me with some kind of club or service or whatever. I'm going to give it to you out of my own goodwill. Because the thing is, it's like with charities. I am against all organized charities. You go to the store, oh, do you want to round up for this charity? No, I don't. And you know why? Because your charities are ripoff. Your United Way and all this other crap, you know, you have never offered me help. When I needed help after a storm or after a disaster, you never gave it to me. So why am I going to give you money when you don't give me anything? And I ask everybody I know, have you ever been helped by any of these organizations? No, I have not. So if you're not helping people, you're not helping me, and you're not helping people that I know, why in the world am I going to give you money? So you can pay your executives hundreds of thousands of dollars so they can fly around in private jets, go in yachts, whatever. I'm not going to do that. So if I'm going to have, let's say I have extra money and I have charity, and somebody I know needs something. Maybe I have a younger friend, he's trying to start a business. He says, you know what, I want to do pressure cleaning, but I can't afford a pressure washer. You know what I'll do? I'll buy him a pressure washer and I'll go, here you go. And I will give people things that they can use. If I, for example, if I wasn't broke all the time, there's people on my channel. They need help buying food. I'd get them some money for meat or whatever. And if I had a ranch and I had access to good quality meats, I would be giving away meat. So you'd see my YouTube live or YouTube video, and I'd have a call in or I'd have a video conference, and we'll have a drawing. Who wants to win some meat? But instead, you have these other groups. Oh, I'm going to give you a membership. Big deal. You should be giving everybody a membership. You shouldn't be charging them for that crap. Oh, I'll give you a t-shirt. Great. Now you can advertise my group. That's fine. But again, to me, it's a lack of respect. That's just my opinion. And you know me. You know this Rick's rants kind of thing? That's what I will do. And I will rant about it. Because the thing is, even though I may not look like somebody who's been around for a long time, I've been around a really long time. And I've seen so many scams. And again, I started on YouTube because I was against scammers. So it's just offensive to me to see that people are starting to become fooled by some unscrupulous characters. Now again, I'm not saying that our favorite YouTubers are scamming you. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is it's setting up a culture where scamming could come into play. It could turn into a cult. So I want to warn you now before it gets to that point. And I'm not going to attack anyone because, again, all the carnivore people that I interact with, I feel have a good side to them. And I feel everybody wants to help everybody. But I'm just telling you, educate yourself. Be aware of the scams. Don't let the scams take you down, because they will. That's just the way the world is that we live in. And easy money is very tempting. So if you see a lot of stuff going on in the carnivore community, that may be what it is. All right, let me switch back to the comments now that I've ranted my way into a hole. And I see that Thomas is enjoying the freezing rain. And Annabella says, how's a monster Milton? You will see him. I love the little cat thing over there. That's so cute. Thanks, Rick. My pleasure. At what age did you decide to no longer be a slave to the system? I guess age 15. Once I got on the heart attack diet, I just said, forget it. I don't care. And I began to see the way things really work. So, okay. Yeah, that's true. But again, my view of what looks younger is different than everybody else. I believe that somebody who's 45, a male in 45 should have healthy hair. Even if he's partially bald, that doesn't matter. He should have a physique where his waist is like half his height, and he should have some amount of strength, vitality, and he should be able to speak clearly without going and just sort of losing track. Okay, I don't use my voice, I rent it out. There you go. Let's hear it for older ladies. Serious, there you go. Now again, when older people, if they're fools, they're going to think they're young people, and they're going to have the worst of both worlds. For example, if you're an older person trying to look young and you act like a teenager, you're a complete idiot because you are giving away the best part of your life. Now, if you're a 50-something and you act with wisdom, you have success, you have a track record, and you have references, friends, and other things. You may not be the prettiest belle at the ball, but when you look at someone, it's like when you're looking at high quality antiques. Yeah, you got a few scratches here and there, bumps, there's a little rust here and there. A little bit of polishing is needed, but you go, wow, I love the character of an antique. There was even a time where people would take new items and bang them around to make them look like antiques. And this is the thing. I think a lot of times people associate aging with being a wreck. So you see somebody with wrinkles and little imperfections, you go, man, that reminds me of my grandma who couldn't walk and walked around with a walker. There's nothing attractive about that. But if you see somebody who's otherwise healthy, you go, wow, I kind of like this. There's a character, a patina or whatever you call it. There's nothing wrong with having the scrapes and bumps and scratches of being old if you can still perform at a really good level. And that's the whole idea of the heart attack diet. And Annabella says, I love the silver fox men. Yes. And I've met a lot of women that actually prefer older men. But the thing is, if you're an older man, you have to have a physique where you can actually see your feet without a giant gut sticking out. And if your little lizard has gone missing because it is covered with a giant overhang, you can't expect the women to find you interesting. Now, if you've ever watched the Red Green Show, you probably know the saying that he always has. If the women don't find you handsome, at least they'll find you handy. So that's another way of thinking of it. My brother is 35 and his girlfriend is 60. My mom is having a major cow. Well, hopefully it's a very delicious cow. Some guys like older women, and you know what? More power to them. I think if you can find somebody that's interesting and attractive to you, no one should be judging you on who it is. Older, younger, whatever. As long as both sides are interested. Now, if one side is taking advantage of the other, that is a different story. But there are women that like older guys. There are guys that like older women. I know one guy, well, he's what, 20 right now? He likes women in their 40s. And he asked me, do you think that's weird? I said, yeah, it's weird. Do I think it's bad? No, I don't. You do what you do. It's not my business. It's between you and God or whoever you believe in. You do whatever you want to. As long as both parties to the transaction leave satisfied, then that is good business. That's my motto. Bouncing back from a bitter divorce. Well, that could be a problem. And it's a shame that people get divorced, but it happens. I made a video a few days ago. I had a lady try something I suggested. It helped her too. That made me so happy that I could help someone. And that's like that old principle. There's more happiness in giving than receiving. And that's it. And you did it for free, didn't you? You didn't go out there and say, well, join my group and pay whatever every month. No, you just did it. Now, on the other hand, if a person has received something they really appreciate, they say, you know what? I want to give you something. And that is good. So if you help somebody out and they say, I'm going to buy you some steak, or I'm going to send you some money, or I'm going to buy you a new computer or whatever. Hey, that's great. Say, you know what? That's the way it should be. You receive free, you give free. And then you give from the heart. If you want to give somebody something, give it to them. But don't block access to you with a paywall. That is absolutely wrong, and I will always be against that. Okay. The difference disappeared around them. Well, that's good. There's nothing wrong. She's a cougar and he's having fun. Yeah. Those people getting a dopamine rush. That's right. cougar is the older gal. But there are guys that love the cougars because, and I've told them, I'm not going to say some of the reasons why, but, you know, that's it. Okay. Foxy silvery hair, yes. Do you think unhealthy authority figures lose credibility? Yes, they do. This is one of the reasons I stopped going to the doctor, because my doctor was a fat, disgusting individual. And again, I'm not saying that all fat people are disgusting, because my friend Russ Mitchell, he's fat, but he is not disgusting. He's a great guy. I love being a friend of his. I look forward to the next time we get to meet. But being fat and disgusting is the attitude. You could be fat and funny. You could be fat and appealing. But you could be fat and disgusting when you're telling somebody that they're wrong and that you know everything and that high cholesterol is going to kill you and blah, blah, blah. And you're over there barely able to breathe. You can't talk more than 20 seconds without going out of breath. And that to me is a problem. Okay. Yes. Richard Gere was so handsome. Well, there you go. Mm-hmm. I just want to help too. Well, that's it. And again, if you're going to charge for one-on-one services, you are perfectly within your rights to do that, and I encourage it, because the thing is, if you're going to spend your time, let's say you're going to spend an hour with somebody who needs help, you could be spending that time out there doing other work to make money, and you have to make money to survive in this world. So, and if a person is getting benefit from you, they should feel motivated to pay you anyway. So, I encourage that. That is just fine. Right. I didn't know the Bulls liked it, but hey, that's fine. Well, there you go. Sometimes you make videos just because you feel the need to do so. That's what I did. I started YouTube because I got tired of all the scammers, and I wanted to go out there and expose them. There's a guy on YouTube, I think he's called Thunderfoot, that does the same thing. He has an annoying accent and a pretty strange attitude, but he's very successful, and I think he popped up around that time after I was doing that. Yes. See? And a lot of times when you get benefit, you want to share it with others. Going to make some coffee. I hope the coffee's been good. My blood pressure gets a little too low. So does mine, although I don't seem to have any symptoms from it. You know what? You do you. When you feel like doing it, that's it. You belong in the teaching circle now. Yes. Right. There you go. That's right. That's right. That's it. That's funny. I agree. I agree. Right. Most information is free and available with the internet if people just put the effort to figure things out. And I think a lot of times they're trying to transfer the responsibility for their bad decisions on somebody else, projection, and it just happens. There's always room for improvement, yes. Yeah. Honking geese. Yeah, those videos she has, there's a lot of farm animal action. Okay. That was yesterday when Thomas, Target Prime Rib, put an open invitation to test out the live stream. And of course, we spent more than a couple of hours on there. But yeah, she, I guess they kind of knew each other. So she popped in. I kind of like having her there. And then I was criticizing some of the groups because they were mentioning like Healing Humanity. And I take offense to the term healing humanity. To me, that's wrong. I also take offense to the term proper human diet, because there is no proper human diet. Every human has to explore the range of foods that we can eat. And by the way, we're not carnivores. I do not believe that human beings are carnivores. Even though I am a carnivore, I don't think everybody is a carnivore. I think human beings are omnivores, but I do believe that at certain stages in your life, especially when you're older, the carnivore diet is beneficial. When you're younger, you can pretty much get away with anything. But those are two common terms that are used. Healing humanity, there's nothing that we can do to heal anybody. Only God can heal people. We can't heal anyone. I mean, even if you're a doctor and you do surgery, you're not actually healing them. You're cutting them open. You're making adjustments. The healing has to take place on their own. So this is something you have to do. I would prefer to say, maybe educating humanity or helping humanity, more of that, rather than healing humanity. So my goal is helping humanity, not only by diet, but by lifestyle, by relationships with others, and so on. Okay, all right. Keep going, okay. And Bill Cook is here. Good morning. Stopping by. Ain't staying too long, though. Hashtag iguana. This is the only channel where hashtag iguana is the thing. I love to phone your first name, okay. Well, again, people like to maintain anonymity, and that's why my channel is here. Been writing my second chapter. Good. And I think once your mind is cleared up from the high-protein carnivore diet, you are going to be able to do it. Pass the bacon grease. There you go. Yes. Hello, BK Belgian Carnivore. Glad to have you here. Yep. Yep. Okay. After you get your heart checked. I remember that song, Easy Money. I do remember that. Okay. There's a lot of songs that have money in it. Wow, look at these comments. You people are freaking, you're amazing. That's right. Yes, you do. Everyone has my number. It's right there on top. And there was a conversation that we had, and I think it might have been Rebecca, somebody mentioned it, that the only person out there that's popular that gives his real phone number is Robert Kiltz. So that's good to know. But see, I would never call him unless he was my friend, even if I had his phone number, unless he asked me to. But I'll be on his channel, so hopefully I won't offend too many people. Hopefully I'll be able to find some more of us great people. Jerry Hall, it sounds like a soap opera today. I must have missed something. Yeah, I was just talking about these carnivore cults, which I am firmly against. Yeah, don't remind me about that. We were trying to find a septic tank, and I was poking on it with the digging bar and went right through and ended up in a pile of crap. I had to pull myself out of that filthy mess. It's a wonder I didn't get sick from it. But I might be the only person that has never been on an antibiotic, even though I've been cut. My cat just ripped my finger open last week. It's already healed up. I don't even feel it anymore. That's good. My mother also had some vein issues, varicose veins, and all that. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Just walking. Huh. You see the way I sit. It's pretty basic. Okay, so I see Father United Carnivores leaving. That's good. I'll catch you on the next one. Right. Color it away. I don't like looking old. Well, the thing is, even if you do look old, if your body looks good, who cares if your hair is gray? Some women do prefer that. Got that right. See? There's another one. I think there's this Dr. Sarah something or whatever that her husband's either partially carnivore or whatever, and he's in good shape. Sarah Zaldiva or something like that, and he's older than her. He's like 60 something and looks pretty good. There's a few of them out there. Health conscious, whatever. Yep. There you go. See? A lot of women like older men because they get that stupidity out of their system and then they're more stable, and that's a good thing. Yeah, see? The white hair, some women like that. Yes. Well, that's good to know. Broiling their tans of icon. It's horrible. I don't know how people could be so open about how ugly they are when you're fat like that with a big stomach sticking out and you go out there in the sun. That is not appealing. A friend of mine, he lives next to the ocean, and you see all these people walking around there, And it's enough to turn everybody into an asexual like me. Okay, void hair dye. Mm-hmm. Well, that's good. No one has ever offered to buy me any of that stuff. Let's see. Yeah. You know what? There's nothing wrong with being alone. I've been alone my whole life, and I love it. It's great. The last thing I need is more drama. Hmm. Okay. Wow. See? That's good. No, that's not true because iguanas are free. Iguanas are free. And good advice here. Good advice. And I saw it too. Well, you know what? There's so many people out there that need services. If you think you can find a market for coaching, you ought to go for it because we have a need. We have a large need. And I think rather than spending money to be in a group of a bunch of people, one-on-one activity, if you can have a proven track record of what you used to look like and all the health conditions that you've improved, you might do that. I could never do coaching because my previous pictures look pretty much the same as the current ones, and I don't have any health issues that I can say that I cured. So no one's going to listen to me. I'm just a total quack anyway. Okay, let's see. Well, you know what? You won't know until you try. There's nothing wrong with that. Bacon grease lowers, I'm not sure what, oh, blood pressure, okay. Well, my blood pressure, you can see what it is. I've posted it many times. My YouTube channel is lame too. Not worse than mine. See? And watch Tom. Thomas, you're going to see, as time goes on, he's going to get better. He's not one of those that seems like he's going to cheat and fall off the duck wagon. So. Yep. Keep that encouragement coming. Yep. Yes, you are. Okay. Thank you for putting out your story for us. Do you believe that plants will kill you? No. Not all plants are deadly. I do believe that all plants have defenses. And it can be anything. Now, if you look at my friend um, John Laspina's channel, Carnivore Teacher, he was talking to the lady Sally Norton, the oxalate expert, talking about how those calcium and other oxalates produce crystals and other harmful things that can make you sick. But plants, you have to be careful with. It's like fungus. There are edible fungus, and most of them will make you very sick or kill you. The trick, if you're going to eat some plant material, you need to understand, eat the fruit when it's properly ripe. If you're going to eat vegetable matter, make sure that it is properly cooked or properly fermented, and you will reduce the harm. And if your body's adapted to it, you can do it. I have a couple of people I know that tried the strict carnivore diet and failed, but by adding plant material, they're doing well. In fact, you'll often see sauerkraut fermenting in my kitchen because I'm helping my friends. I've been teaching them how to make sauerkraut. Also, I've taught them how to make yogurt, and it really benefits. So I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with that. If you're ketovore, I'm not sure what the definition is, but I would assume that it's a meat-heavy keto diet, and you're thriving on it, keep doing it. And again, plants are like a tool. It's like a chainsaw. You could cut logs with it or you could cut your leg off with it. You got to know how to use them. It's very, very important. If you do it the wrong way, you can destroy yourself. But plants are tools. They're also good medicine when you have an immediate problem. You may have parasites, you may have an infection, and a plant could save your life. So although a plant can kill you, they can also help you. My big C makes me say weird crap. Okay. Right. Okay. Very good, Carnivore Dan. I'm going to have to post this comment. I may save this. Healing humanity will occur as a result of individuals healing themselves and not a documentary. That's the point I was trying to make. So I'm glad that you have that. I think you'll be an excellent coach. You have a great way of understanding things. He has a great story. Yes, he does. She's in the Witch Club. Do you think you'll watch a carnivore documentary? I would like to. The problem is I don't know how. I haven't been to a movie theater since 1985, and I don't have any streaming services. And I don't think they're going to be nice enough to send it to me. Well, then again, I think what will happen is they'll put the documentary out there, it'll do the rounds, and if it becomes really popular, then they may make follow-ups. If it bombs, then it'll probably end up on YouTube in 6 months to a year, and then I'll see it. But if I get the opportunity to watch it, maybe somebody will pirate it and send it to me. I'll watch it because I am curious, and I know it's going to be a nice documentary. The problem is, will it have mass appeal? I don't know. But I know that Carrie and Adam and all the group has put a lot of work into it, and it's going to be the best quality documentary that they can produce. The question is, how will everybody else receive it? And again, I don't know. You can see on YouTube some of the crappiest channels become popular, and some of the best channels don't. So who knows? Okay. Yes, it was Rebecca. Mm-hmm. Being off the duck food has been a relief. Yes. And as long as you don't look like Michael Moore, you're good. Okay. That's me. Never been on antibiotics. Well, if you lived in Miami, you would. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And speaking of struggling, you probably know our friend Carnivore Kip. And there was a few people out there criticizing Carnivore Kip because Carnivore Kip uses clickbait titles to get people to watch his videos. And I stood up for him. I said, look, use whatever title you want. He's not lying. He's got a hard time. This is a guy that has grown up unhealthy. He doesn't know what it's like to be lean. It's not something that he can identify with. So every time that he gets stressed out, he would fall back into the duck food. But you know what? We're looking out for him. And I will not rest until I see the day when he reaches a weight that he finds that he likes in the 200-pound club or whatever it happens to be. And I hope to one day meet him in person, and I know I'm going to get a big hug, and I'm going to be very happy. Maybe one day I'll be able to drive to one of his meetups. He's the only one that I know of that puts on free meetups. What a guy. What an amazing person. He deserves all the attention that he gets, and I think he's going to be successful. It's just a matter of time. But I think a lot of people, there was some vegan out there or somebody criticizing him. I'm like, no, 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 you don't do that. You don't attack people when they're down. That's not right. If I attack anyone, it's going to be the popular person, not the person who's struggling. Okay, Cindy, I'm glad that you were here, and I will make sure that I get into any of your live streams because I enjoy them very much, whether it's Carnivore Caleb or, you know, Dan or anyone. When you're there, I try to be there. I have more visible veins and concern. Well, yes, yes. And the thing is, it's normal for us. I have some as well. But they tend to come and go. When I'm sitting here like this, they don't show up as much. But when I'm outside working, they really come up. Okay. Yes. Your chat has gone rogue. Nah. Everything's good. I got it under control. I'm going to try to scare as many people away as possible. I'll lose a lot of subscribers. No, not really. I get about 1 new subscriber a day. That's pretty good. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. How old am I going to be? Well, you know what? I'll be gone with a heart attack by then. Okay? I hope so too. Maybe we can kind of spread the word around. You deserve someone that you can enjoy a delicious steak. You know, who wouldn't want to have a carnivore husband when you can go and have some nice ribeyes or T-bones or whatever your favorite steak is, and then you get to enjoy dinner and you get to have each other for dessert. Okay, blissfully ignorant, yeah. Okay, right, yeah, that's it. You stop yourself forgetting them. Okay, hmm, I've had your 90/60. Okay. Um, no. I learned a long time ago, if you give anyone unsolicited advice, all you're going to do is offend them and make an enemy. I use suggestions. I like to go to get-togethers with friends and other people they know, and when they offer me duck food, I politely decline. And eventually it gets the conversation going. I'll go right for the meat and gobble that up. Somebody will inevitably say, well, you know, you need to eat fruits and vegetables because of the antioxidants. It's good for your heart. And I said, no, I want to get a heart attack. I've been trying to get a heart attack for 41 years and I've failed so far. So I should be close. Mm-hmm. Oh, not bad, not bad. Yes, I feel that way too. Yep. Hmm. 40 watching. Okay. Right. Well, there you go. That's a mix of what, onions and cabbage and whatever. That's fine. And again, fermented foods are just fine on the keto diet. And for those people that haven't been carnivore for a long time and you're not allergic to them, I think those fermented foods, they can really help you because they're going to help reset your digestive system. I've seen 3 people already benefit from fermented foods. That's good. Although some people are allergic. Okay. Yep. Right. Well, better late than never. There's my buddy Carnivore Keith. He's working on it. Music and meat all in one place. Huh. Yeah. Nice looking man is lingering over the vacant case. Well, hey, you might make a connection. Ah, bacterial infection and coma. If you travel, what might you do when choosing what to eat? Hmm. Well, I'm not going to be traveling to a foreign country, that's for sure. And usually if I travel in the US, I'm traveling by car. So I have, you know, I carry a portable grill with me for cooking. And if I do, you know, if I'm able to go to the get together in November, I should have my grill in my truck. But then again, you know, maybe we'll be eating at some type of steakhouse. Maybe I'll have money by then, who knows? But I don't know. I would just try to get food from the store and cook it myself, or maybe catch and cook. But definitely cooking is important. I wouldn't want to go to a restaurant unless it was some place that was well known. Maybe, like I said, Brazilian steakhouse or something like that. It's kind of hard to get really sick if you're going to eat meat because generally with meat, you know when it's bad, it's going to smell bad, and you know when it's not cooked the way you want it. But with other mixed foods, you don't know what you're getting. Some of these street foods, they could be a mix of everything that they find on the side of the road to anything, you know, I wouldn't waste my time. And of course, the water may be contaminated as well. So, yeah, I don't think I'll ever go to the Philippines. I have a way to send it to you, Rick, but you can't turn me in. No, I'm not going to turn you in. I mean, come on. Uh-huh. Well, for a while, people were getting them. I didn't get any because I already had the silly germ. I figured, why would I get the shot? I had a friend of mine actually drive me to the CVS and let me out to get the shot. And he said he'd pick me up when it's done. I said, I'm walking home. I don't care. I walked 5 miles home. See? There you go. The water can get you. There we go. Carnivore Dan. Now you see this? I just went to Kip's Cookout. What a great guy. That's a good reference right there. I love Carnivore Kip. So anyone that's making fun of his channel or saying that he's dramatic or whatever, you got to talk to me, buddy. I am not going to let anyone trash our buddy Kip. If he wants to use clickbait to get views, more power to him. More people should watch him. Because the thing is, not too many people are going to be able to hit the carnivore diet and stay on it. A lot of people are going to fall off again and again and again. They're going to slip on the duck poop. They're going to fall on the duck food, and they're going to be waddling and quacking. And you can look at him and see, look, this guy, I relate with him. And I think that's important. Okay. All right. I'm sure many of us are in similar boats. A lot of people are. Yeah, that's true. You can't cure disease by what you eat, but you can definitely limit the damage. Yes. And again, I haven't met him in person, but I get that feeling just from the few comments that I've had. I really like him. Cindy's channel, please. Well, I could post a link, but I don't want to crash my system. Just look up her name. It's unique. You'll find it. She does some interviews. Great carnivore. I'm practically transparent woman. Yeah. Genetic bonus. Well, that's good, you know. And then if you ever have to get an injection, they'll know where it is. Getting sleepy. Hey, if you got to go to bed, go to bed. Don't feel guilty. I'm not keeping you here. Well, I think you look good for 53. Even if you had white hair, you still look good. All right. And you know what else? It's not so much the way you look. You may be the prettiest person in the world, but you're a piece of crap inside. Are there any moderators in here? No. Who pays them? The same person that pays me. Nobody. I don't have any money. I'm so broke I can't pay attention. Yep, that's what I did. Not yet. The vegans, they ignore me. He has Milton. You know what? I ought to let the beast in. I love him. He's a little bit of a problem at times. All right. You know, my mother had anemia, and when she was a kid, they used to get her to eat liver, but she hated liver, so she used to give it to her cat Tommy. I think if you eat enough red meat and you eat some liver, it can help. But most of the time, people get anemia because they have some type of internal bleeding or something else. Now, again, I'm not a doctor. I can't tell you what to do. I'm just telling you the experience that other people have had. But definitely, my mother was told to do that. I know somebody else that she's had anemia and she was eating liver and it did help. But go to your doctor if you have that problem and see what they say. Because you know how it is in the world, whether or not you have the right information, it all comes down to accreditation. If you have accreditation, then you're protected. If you don't, you're a target. I used to love beans. They just kept me fat. Yeah, I can't eat beans because they will give me violent diarrhea if I don't throw them up first. My parents used to try to feed me beans as a kid, and I used to throw them up. Yeah, agreed. Beans are a starvation food. That's your opinion. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Mm-hmm. Okay. There you go. Yes, they are. The daughter Abigail. So cute. So keep talking nice about Kip, because I will defend him. Yeah, that's true. Well, if I need one, I will definitely keep you in mind. I have to get her channel. Let me see if I can pull it up. It's easy to find. Well, hello, Lewis. Glad you're here. Yeah, you were also alive, so that's a good thing. Let's Let's see, it's a frequency. Hello, my friends. Yes, hello. All right, we're catching up. Look at that. Lewis in the house. See? Yeah. Check it out. You know what? I could do like a, let me see if I can find. All you got to do is a search. It's very easy. Whoops. There you go. It's easy to find. And again, oh,
Hello, everyone. I want to welcome Wendy and Harry Chinsky of Loving It on Keto with us, with Sana and I.
you can see, be nice to her, give her more subscribers. She's only got 1.14K, 1,114, so she's got less than me. Anyone that's got less than me, they need your help. Check it out. She's got some good meal suggestions in here. She's got some interviews. Now, where's that interview from Caleb? Might be under lives. See? Live Q&A. Oh, look. There's one on the 18th, 25th. So her channel's easy to find. Check it out if you're not subscribed. And that's good. Look at that. All right. So anyway, that's how you find a channel. It's very simple. I see there's a comment on my last video. The cool cat. All right. I love the participation. You know, we have the best people here. There's no question about that. Okay. Yep. I still hear the pressure cleaner going across the street. Lewis was working the last time I saw him, so. We were complimenting Carnivore Kip. At least I was. Yep. That's right. Everyone's afraid of the phone. Yeah, see? Well, with Caleb Carnivore Quest. I haven't seen his videos lately. Hopefully, you know, he's still doing well. There you go. Hey, video games have built some of the biggest YouTube channels. Interesting. I love my subscribers. I really do. Yeah, you're home today. That's good. I'm watching the master and listening to the chat. Well, thank you, Jerry Hall. I'll go check your channel out. I play some video games. You know, I'm one of the few people that never liked video games. I preferred pinball. I don't know why. I'd like to play pool and pinball instead of video games. Well, that's great. I love all the comments. You know, again, I say, I don't have the most subscribers. I have the best. Because you have to be a really special person to be able to tolerate my channel. And that's really good. Because a lot of the popular channels, people get easily offended. And the thing is, when you ask for my opinion, you're going to get the unedited opinion. You're not going to get, oh, somebody says, does my butt look big? I'll go, yeah, it looks big to me. Ah! Then they blow up. Or, how old do I look? Yeah, you look about 45. What? How old are you? 45? Okay, you look 45. I'm not going to lie to you. Now, if you're an ugly mess and you're 45, I'll say, oh, you look good for 65. And then next, you know, that's what happens. But usually it ends up like this. You know, they try to slap you and you put your hand up and that's it. So when you're a carnivore, you have that quick reaction. Now, I have to admit, one time a gal tried to slap me, but I put my arm up so fast that it dislocated her finger. You know, she was trying to slap me and I went like that and it was like, call the cops and this and that. But the thing is, it was a customer where we had video, and you could clearly see she's going to slap me. And all I did was go like that to defend it. So, we have a call. Look at that. Look at this. Hello? Sure. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
How can I get around it? So I'd love to hear from other people how you get around it. Like I switched to eating mostly animal-based when I thought nothing was available anymore and for survival. It's still my survival technique. But I love seeing life still looks normal on the outside, but I know it's not. And so I don't really offer my information out to the outside, but when it comes up, I am totally pioneering life. So doing things by hand, doing without, finding other solutions. I'd love to hear your opinion.
Well, that's actually my lifestyle, as you know. I'm one of those people that makes do with what you have.
Right,
So,
right. And that's why I like your channel. But I'd love to hear more from your listeners. They seem so shy, and I heard them chime in with comments on. I think everybody's embarrassed to say that how they're doing things differently. And I also noticed that part of the population is in a stampede trying to snap up whatever they can or buy things because they think they're going to die tomorrow. And it's like a free-for-all, so it seems like we're getting split into two different words. And the people that are frugal, like we are finding different ways because we're finally waking up to the ways. It's almost like we don't dare to share it, but it's the only way to go.
right. Well, that's long-term sustainability, and I agree. The people in the chat need to speak up more, and they need to either call in or comment and see the solutions because not all of us are going to be able to buy our way out of it.
Yeah, I can.
I can't either.
Everything has changed so much. I mean, I still feel very blessed because I live in a very rural place with a beautiful view,
Mm-hmm.
and there's ways to survive that you can't have anymore in the city.
Right.
So I feel blessed on that part, but I can't buy my way out anymore. And so I'm like, well, the only thing I have left is me and staying healthy and just just handing it over and saying, I'm not that hot shit that maybe I thought I one day would become because that's how they get you. You think you're gonna make it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're lucky just to survive.
Right.
And so everybody just share that info. I think there's more people in our boat than you think, and just let that ego go and survive.
Right. Good. That's what I want to hear. This is the kind of caller I want, and this will be our subject because we have to find ways of surviving despite a system that wants to extract from us. The system lives by extracting from productive people. So what's going to happen is they're going to take advantage of you. They try to put you in debt. They want you unhealthy. They want you needy. That's how they take advantage of you. When you're independent and you're confident, they can't benefit from you. And that's why they hate us so much.
Yeah, and it is amazing how wonderful life is as long as you can stay out of the clutches, which is not easy, but it is possible. I haven't totally found my way out, but I'm a long way there. And later on, I'm going to go to the farmers market, and there's less where I live, here in Texas, where people are quite awake, maybe not fully, but quite awake. And I hope more people join in together. But I want to let you get to your show. In the
All right.
meantime, I'm gonna, because it takes me an hour to bicycle there, so I better hurry up.
Okay.
And then thank you so much. And if I have something useful to say, or hopefully useful, I'll let you know. I'm not a subscriber because I don't want my stuff on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
But so the only way for me to communicate is either by email or by phone, the old way.
That's why I have it. That's my specialty.
Yeah. I appreciate you, Rick.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Well, thank you. Thank you. Oh, wait a minute. Are we too loud here? Yeah. We are too loud. Let's see. Okay. Ah, whoop. What is going on here? Hmm. What did I do? Ugh. Okay. There we go. I had to make a couple of adjustments here. But yeah, once I get things kind of under control, I think they'll work out pretty well. But it's like anything else, it's going to take a little bit of doing to make things work the way they should. Now, again, anonymous caller, I know that sometimes people are not subscribed. They don't want to make comments because they don't want their YouTube name to be associated with the things that they say. So the great thing about this is that you can call in anonymously. I don't have caller ID. I have no idea. Let's see. We could not hear the caller. How was this helpful to the chat? I don't know. You couldn't hear them? I could hear them. I hope there's not something else going on with this crazy thing. This does not seem to monitor. Hold on a second. What is this? Okay. Anyway. Yeah. You know what it might be? This may only be coming in one channel. So if you're listening on a device in mono mode, you may not hear it. So you might have to, I'm going to have to check and see, maybe the balance is off. Okay, see, I push that button. Oh well, I need to find a different kind of mixer. Maybe I'll find one of those USB mixers that plugs directly into the computer. That would be kind of nice, but I don't have the kind of money to buy one of them Rodecaster craps or whatever. That was very low, Rick. Okay. Don't know. But anyway, let me hit the comments again and see what we're dealing with here. Yes, we have lots of comments. Yes, we do. Okay. Breadless Cuban sandwich. Well, there you go. You can wrap this. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. A ham wrap. Sounds good. I think ham is also on sale at Winn-Dixie for 99 cents a pound. But usually that ham is full of sugar, so I don't like it. It's just crap. I love feral cats. Yes, I love feral cats so much that I adopted one as a pet. Rick, a pinball wizard. There you go. Hi, Lori. Okay. We don't question Rick enough. No, you don't. Mm-hmm. All right. Do you think running does more damage to your body than good? Particularly joints, cartilage, etc. Yeah, I think so. I think for humans, running long distances is not good. I don't think we're designed for that. We only have 2 legs, not 4. We're not a cow. We're not a horse. I think for us, it would be better just to do short-term run. Walking, we can do a lot of walking. It doesn't seem to bother us. I know a lot of people that lived a long time walking. Bicycle's great because you're not putting a lot of pressure on your legs. So if you're going to go any long distance, use a bicycle. That's what I do. But short-term running, sprinting, whatever, that may actually be good because it's helping your muscles. And I think, as my friend Jonathan always says, to get the maximum amount of muscle stimulation from the least amount of motion seems to be a good practice, so you don't wear your joints out. I never run. I tell people, if you see me running, there's a disaster. You better start running too, because things are not going to be good. Everyone have a great day later. Thank you for being here, Brian. I never learned video games, and me either. Who is it? Okay. Yeah, I think Bill Knott is very famous for his vibrating machines. It seems to work. Well, that is true. That's one of the great things about my channel. We're old-fashioned over here, big time. So, yes, that is a rotary phone. We have a brave caller. It's dialing. Okay. Yep. Yep. Okay. Okay. All right. So cute with the hello. No, that was actually a real caller. Can you turn the volume up? I tried. I don't know what was going on. Mercedes-Benz. Okay. Let's see. That's a little annoying having to skip this silly thing. Okay. Yeah, they are. That's why I use it. Very, very handy. Oh, we have another call. Let's see. Okay. Oh, what is going on here? Oh, I see what it is. Okay. Hello. Ah, can you hear me? Yes, hey, it's Mike. Awesome. How are you? I think so. I kind of wonder about some of the audio, but yeah, it seems to be working. That was the whole idea. I wanted to be unique on YouTube, and nobody else has this. So I have a few technical issues. I think I have a mismatched impedance because I'm using a USB to AV converter, and I think that's low impedance, and my mixer is high impedance, so I may have to play around with some parts and fix it. Oh, tell me about it. I had trouble with my last microphone. I had a condenser mic and it was high impedance, and then the mixer, I got all that interference, 60 hertz hum, and you know, I tell everybody when you're poor, you got to be creative. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. That's it. See, why is this not? Yeah, this mixer, I may have to hit it. I'm not getting anything on the VU meter now. Oh boy. Oh well. No big deal. Let's see. Can't hear the caller. I don't know. That's weird. I mean, I can hear you, but for some reason, I guess they can't. I'm going to have to come up with another master because also I'm using the monitor they have for the, what do you call it, for the headphones, and I'm not monitoring directly off the master, but I have no way of monitoring off the computer. So I don't know what's going on. Oh well, I'll get it straightened out. Oh yes. It's great if you can find a deal. I agree. Mm-hmm. 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 Wow. I got that's cheap because I got it. The cheapest I got was 250 a pound, and then Gordon Foods. I think now it's like what is it, 299? But it was down to 179. I mean, it depends. Sometimes you get lucky. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. That's it. And yeah, right. That's it. That's what I do. I save all the fat. I use it for beef tallow. When I want to cook something with beef tallow, I filter it out, and yeah, I mean, nothing goes to waste. That's the beauty of it. Right. And that's the best thing. It's better than butter because the butter burns. Exactly. That's it. I mean, people they keep talking butter. The butter is more better when you put it on after you cook it. If you want butter, cook the meat first, then put the butter on it. Mm-hmm. Right. Glad you did. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And they're not even a good price. I get them cheaper at the Presidente than I do over there. Yeah, well, that's the cheapest eggs, and those are the best. The best things in life are free. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Excellent. Well, thank you for calling. Okay. Okay. Um, that is our friend Polish Mike. I don't know if some people saying they couldn't hear him. I could hear him fine, but I think there's an impedance mismatch in the mixer, so I may have to do some more experimentation. I've had good calls before. I don't know what is going on. And I can't blame Milton for it because he hasn't been here. But thank you for calling in, Polish Mike. I know a couple people did hear him. There may be one of the channels that's not working. I'm going to have to set up another computer, set up my own live stream, and then do sort of a practice run. And that's it. Okay. Um, okay, let's see what we got going on here. I don't think anybody wants to know that. And besides, all you have to do is look at this, and there it is. Very simple. Okay. Yep, that's right. I think that's what's happening here. I'm going to have to do, maybe I'll do a video with my oscilloscope. I will figure this out. It's only a matter of time. You just have to remember that all my equipment either came from the Hamfest, the yard sale, or the dump. So that is one thing. Quack Jr. is here. Let's see. This, I don't know. This is, hold on. See, that's got sound. I don't know. I can hear it just fine. It's just really weird. Anyway, we'll get it. So let's see who else we got. Yeah, we got the Quack Jr. Yep. More coffee. Keep on drinking it. I gotta figure out what that picture is. Is that some gal or something? I don't know. What is that? Huh. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's what I figured. Anyone can call at any time. That is not a problem. I wonder if one of the channels is down. Now I'm looking at my VU meter, and it shows that my signal is pretty strong. So I don't know. It's not in the peaking range, although if I get close to it, will be. You get that proximity effect. But when I pick up the phone, I can hear the dial tone. I don't know if everybody else can hear the dial tone that well. Okay. Are you wearing shorts too? Well, let's check that out. They're pants, but they are kind of short when you're 6'6". That is what I'm wearing. Now, obviously, you wouldn't want to see what I wear when I'm working, because I look like a slob, basically. Okay, we want to hear the caller. It's weird. Okay. I mean, most of the time, if I'm working outside, doing cleanups or whatever, I'll be wearing the what it is, like a blue pants that I wear. They usually have holes, and then I have shirts that look like this that are basically just nothing but rags. This is what you'll normally see me with. But when I do a live stream, I try to look at least semi-presentable. That's all. Okay, let's see here. Let's hit this back here, and this is interesting. Okay. All right. That's nice. I like that. Hey, at least no holes. Oh boy, that's interesting. You know, I wonder if nice legs. If you like skinny legs, you'll like me. Duck legs or whatever you call it. Got web feet, duck legs, that kind of thing. But then again, you know, that's kind of the way I am. Let's see. Hold on a second. It shows that I have, it shows that it should work. That's weird. Okay. How's the flywheel search coming? Haven't got it yet, but I'm working on it. I have skinny arms and legs now. Well, I'll tell you one thing, nobody's skinnier than me. I'm probably the skinniest you'll see out there. Ain't nobody thinner. Testing 1, 2, 3. That's the way I used to look. Well, there you go. I found a picture of me when I was about 17, when I was over at the swimming pool, and I'll have to upload that. And you can see how skinny I've always been. It's really funny. That's a good question. The phone call thing worked perfect with Thomas before. What changed? I don't know. That is a good, because I'm using the same equipment that I used before. I have no idea why that would have changed. It's really weird. You know, this is odd. Okay. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to, let me see, what can I do? Let me call my own phone system and see what it sounds like. I don't know if anybody heard anything from that, but we'll see. All right. Anyway, that's interesting. Okay. Yes, I have. I have not been able to find that specific one. Done lives on TikTok. I thought they were going to take TikTok down. That is true. Yeah, I will eventually. Nice. Yep. Mm-hmm. Not much happening with the truck. Okay. Well, that's good. Yeah, see if you find something. That'll be interesting. Brought lunch to work. I wonder what you have for lunch. Duck, iguana, probably ground beef. I don't think you went to the canal and grabbed an iguana. Let's see. I'm going to be meeting my girlfriend for dinner tonight. Hey, you know what? That's good. Hopefully your girlfriend is not eating duck food. That's it. Okay. I barely hear the dial tone and outgoing message. There's got to be an impedance mismatch in this thing. Why? I don't know. This should work really well. Oh, let's see. Okay. Input select. Line 1, phono. Mic 2. It works so well, too. Okay. This is interesting. I wonder if the fader is messed up. I think that's what it is. We're going to have to apply some high technology to fix this thing. All right, I'm going to try this again. I think I know what the problem is. Okay, we'll pick up the phone. Yeah, it's just low. This, testing. Okay. Tell you what. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Well, that's directly, I turned off the mic. So, I don't know. It's got to be an impedance mismatch. Something has gone flaky in this system. And I can't imagine. It worked so well the last time. Oh well. No big deal. I'll figure it out eventually. I got to get my oscilloscope. That's the main thing. If I use the oscilloscope, I'll get it straightened out. It's only a matter of time. In fact, let me grab a hold of it. I'm just curious. Okay. Well, we got our assistant here. There you go. Come on, you silly puss. All right, buddy. You're so cute. Look at that. Oh, Milton, what are you doing? Here comes the monster. What? No. You're a cutie, aren't you? Yes, you are. You're a sweetie. Kiss, kissy. Oh, look at Milton. Oh, good sweetie. Oh, my goodness. You're such a good little kitten. Oh, you're so sweet. Oh, my goodness. What a crazy cat. Oh, no, Milton. Milton. Okay. You're sweet. Oh, look at you. How cute you are. Okay, little Milton. You're a monster. Okay, okay. My goodness. Are you still, you silly cat? You sure are a friendly cat. I've always had the world's best cats. I don't know what it is, but, he's just such a good pet. My mother always said, with all the meat you eat, it's no wonder the cats love you so much. Yeah, you're probably right. Easy. My cats just love to follow me around. He'll follow me everywhere. Whenever I want to do something, he has to get in the middle of it. So that's okay. No. All right, here we go. Now, as you can see, this is my secret weapon, or one of them. Ow. Doggone it. Yeah. So having an oscilloscope will be good because what I'm going to do is connect it directly to the master output, and then I'll go ahead and compare the input to the output. Now I have two probes. These are attenuated probes, so they're like 10 times more impedance, so that way it'll put less of a load on the circuit. This one has a ground clip, this one doesn't. And I'll go ahead and check the audio inputs, see what they look like. I can also look for background noise, such as 60 hertz hum or whatever. I'm using a combination of unbalanced cables with RCA connectors, so I may try to rig something up. Right, buddy? Oh, look at that cat. This cat is so cute. Oh my goodness, you're such a sweetheart. You're a good little kitten. Look at that face. Oh, sweetie. Yes. He just loves attention. You are such a nice, nice kitty. Yes, you are. You're my buddy. You're a good little buddy. Yes, you are. Okay. Let's see. Okay. No, Milton. Okay. Yes. I'm working on that. Okay. Let's see. Let's get these comments caught up. I like it. Favorite carnivore meal? T-bone steak. I'm just like Quack Jr. I love my T-bone steak, especially when it's cooked on the engine and I'm going somewhere that I want to be. Going to visit a friend out in the country, having a T-bone steak cooking on the engine, enjoying delicious meat. A lot of times when the meat is ready, I'll stop, I'll get the meat out, I'll start eating it as I'm driving. Now, you got to be careful because you want to keep plenty of cleaning solution. I keep lots of washing soda because when you got beef tallow all over your steering wheel, that's not a good thing. So, filet mignon with a lot of butter. There you go. Porterhouse, nice. I just made corned beef. That's a good choice. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I plugged it in the same place. I'll fix it. I'll get this oscilloscope out. I'll fix this thing. It'll be as good as new. I already did that. What brand of spark plugs? Well, generally with spark plugs, I always used the Autolite plugs. They always seem to work really well. And I hate to say it, for those of you Mopar guys, I also use Motorcraft. Yes, it's Ford, but the Motorcraft ones used to be made in the US. I don't know which ones are good now. I'm still using new old stock spark plugs that are like 20, 30 years old. And we know what Peter's favorite, same as me. Although I don't use any salt, and I don't butter my steaks either. Is the price better than Rock Auto? Rock Auto usually has a good price if they have it, although they charge for shipping. Some places don't, so it all depends on the item. Also depends on where it is, because Rock Auto uses several. Ow! Milton, no biting, you silly little puss. You gotta stop biting. Ugh, crazy cat. He just wants attention. Couldn't find a Rock Auto. Yeah, I couldn't either. Okay. All right. Faintly hear ringing. Okay. All right. Yes, it is. It's kind of hard to get filled up on any meat, at least for me, but it works. Power, I did that too. Well, that's nice of you. You need me to call to make sure. I'm going to get the oscilloscope out. I'm going to fix this. I may have to put an impedance matching transformer, but I will make it work. It's only a matter of time. I may even switch the link. You never know. No, he's been behaving really well. Like T-bones, yep. I like the steak on the bone. Yes, he does. I need to do that, except I don't like coffee. My cats are my favorite. They're mine too. I love my black cat. Yeah, so Milton fixes the phone. Yep. Right? Yeah, I'm gonna have to do something. I was trying to see if I could have some other, way, because I'm not really associated with coffee. Yeah, they are generous. That's for sure. Let's see. Yep. Silly scope. I always wanted one. I might have an extra one. I'm gonna have to find. I had some extras. I may have to send you one of my extras. I got a bunch of junk piled up. Yep. We need a way to send part money. I'll have to work on that. Girlies, that's funny. GM parts. Uh-oh. They're not bad. A lot of Chevy buddies, they used to use them plugs. You all were in St. Long yesterday. Oh, I know that. It's about egg and mixer money. There you go. Okay. Yes, that is very true. Let me turn this a little bit here with Milton the Menace. He loves to be. He's over here licking himself. The little sneaky bit me when I wasn't looking. He didn't bite hard, though. He's pretty harmless. I love my little kitten. He is the cutest. Let's see if I can move this camera without crashing the system. I love my cat. I really do. Yep. When you live by yourself, I guess pets are your only companion. And he's a good cat. A little bit of a monster at times, but I can deal with that. He's pretty nice, Nice cat. Really nice, friendly cat. Most of the time. He does have his moments. Let's see how this sounds. It sounds pretty good. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'll get this. Okay. Let's see here. All right. Okay. The other thing, we're talking about criticism. You have some of the arrogant vegans, and I have to admit, the majority of vegans that are on the internet are arrogant people. I guess that's just in their nature. I guess when all you're eating is duck food, it's only a matter of time. So if I was to go over here, let's say that I put in carnivore quack. Okay, I put in carnivore quack. Okay. There's the idiot vegan right there. This guy, Gojai, whatever, I guess he calls himself a goji berry. He's over there criticizing Anthony Chafee. But the funny thing about him, he always wears this ugly sweater, and he acts really dumb. But I guess that's part of the vegan mantra. And then you have you got this guy, downsides of the carnivore diet are huge. And then look at this. There's an advertisement. Iguana people catch invasive iguana breeding. Well, that's interesting. Why you shouldn't do it. So generally, you're going to see a lot of people talking about how bad the carnivore diet is, which doesn't make sense because, let's see, is that Saladino? Oh, this is back when Saladino was a carnivore. Interesting. So you'll watch these videos and you go, you know what? You got that idiot, what's that guy's name? Lane Norton. He's over there. So you got a lot of people out there criticizing the carnivore diet, and you have other people supporting it, whatever. But I thought it was really interesting because when you look up carnivore quack, you never see me in there. You see vegans. And that is kind of strange, but it goes to show that my YouTube channel is not that important. There's not a lot of people out there that are looking at it as a source of information. And there's another comment from my earlier video. And by the way, speaking of funny videos, you probably know the Heart Attack Grill. Okay. All right. I have to admit, I can't resist those goofy Heart Attack Grill videos. That guy's a riot. Heart Attack Grill's been around, I guess, 20 years now, which I think is kind of interesting because Rick's Heart Attack diet's been around double that amount of time. But hey, they actually promote getting a heart attack, which is a good thing, I think, because it brings awareness up. Now, on the other hand, getting a heart attack itself is not a good thing. I really don't want to have a heart attack, but that's okay. All right, let's see what else we got comment-wise. Switch over here. There you go. Guess that's the Buy Me a Coffee link. There you go. That's true. Yep. I just put it in there anyway so you can see the carnivore quack. That's a good suggestion. Excellent. Now, I don't do Instagram or Facebook. I actually did have a Facebook channel. I haven't put anything on it for a long time. But I'm not a social media person. I guess I'm like Mitch. He don't like social media either. I think it's kind of a waste of time. But I may have to do that if I want to get attention. Then again, do I really want to get attention? I'm not making any money off of it, so why would I want more people to know who I am? So they can just say that I'm a quack? Oh, actually, it's good being a quack. I made carnitas yesterday. Fried my country pork ribs in a ton of lard. OMG, it was so damn good. Yeah, I bet it was. Nothing like lard. Yeah, that's true. Ah, there you go. Look at that. See, whether or not you lose weight, if you're losing fat and recompositioning, that's a good thing. That's excellent. So, and Milton is over here settled down really nicely. I'm really kind of amazed at how solid this cat is. He's got strong legs. A nice cat. You sure are a healthy pet. You know that? You are so cute. What a good cat. Yeah. Better commercials of food than the drugs. You got that right. I agree with that. I love carnitas. I know carna is meat. I wonder what a carnita is. I'll have to look that up. Carnitas. Let's see. Ah, pork shoulder. That looks really good. Carnitas relates to little meats in Spanish. It is a popular dish in Mexico, often served in tacos, burritos, or as a standalone dish. Pulled pork. Okay. I know what that is now. Yep. That's really nice. That is really nice. And of course, when I make pork shoulder, I always separate the pork skin so I can fry it separately. And you get them nice, crunchy pork skin things. Now you could sit all day in YouTube and look at video after video. Interesting. Okay. Milton, did you turn my sound off? Oh my goodness. He put his head on the soundboard and knocked out the sound. That's interesting. Let's hit these comments again. All right. Where are the comments? Okay, here we go. Okay. Super fatty giant ribeye. Nice. Yes. There used to be what they called beef, it's what's for dinner. I don't know if you have, I used to see those all the time. I'm glad that you mentioned that. Let me see if I can find that. I'm sure everybody has seen this at least once in their life. Let's see. Where is that? Huh.
Look, if your pool looks like this, Leslie's helps you avoid needing that. It's easy to turn.
Tonight in Bay Point, Maine, it's beef bourguignon. In Malibu, it's sirloin kebabs. You'll find beef fajitas at the Four Fork Ranch. And Kung Pao beef in Chinatown. In New Orleans, it's Creole pepper steak. And beef faciola in the north end of Boston. There's a great corned beef sandwich at 7th and 55th. And in Chicago, a porterhouse steak, the perfect medium rare. At the end of each day, all over the country, nothing satisfies so many people in so many ways. Beef, it's what's for dinner.
Well, so you never seen a commercial for steak? Well, you have. And that was back in the 1990s. I remember that quite well. Used to love watching that. Well, look who's here. It's C.B. Carmack. He has returned. Look at that. The towering giant. Hey, original carnivore gangster Quack Rick. Hey to yourself. Now, if I could just get some actual hay, maybe I could get some cows and feed them and have a delicious set of steaks. Yes, he is. Hey, it's the cops. Woo, woo, woo. You know what? I need to get my police light bar. I need to find that thing. And I got one of those old police lights, the red one that you put on the roof. I got that here somewhere. I need to put that on the wall. Leave Milton alone. He's trying to fix caller sound. Yep. There we go. Don't answer the phone, man. Dave's not here. You know, I'd like to speak to John. There's no John here. Well, how do you go to the bathroom? Okay. There you go. Well, you know, Milton eats raw meat, so I think he's doing pretty well. That's right. Hmm. All right. Look at all those comments. Hello, let's approve my license. Isn't it back there on the bumper? No, I am not. I am not. Maybe someone can educate us on that. All right. Look at that. So, that's great. So we have somebody else that just dropped in. I think what I need to do one of these days, I need to make a video on how to use the oscilloscope. And this would be a good subject, fixing the problems with audio. And again, a lot of it depends on the impedance, which is what we call AC resistance. Now, I may even need to do an electronics lecture or two. Believe it or not, I used to teach electronics at Miami-Dade Community College. I taught there from 2001 until 2013 when they changed the program. And my classes were quite popular. And we used to do everything from theory to practical repair. And that was the good thing about it. And one of the things that we did, of course, was audio, because a lot of students, there were students that were in the music program, they were learning about basic electronics. We had people in the computer programs that were learning electronics. We had a varied background. We even had appliance repair students that were taking some of our classes as part of the requirements. So that's pretty good. And that was always my specialty. So explaining to people electronics in the simplest possible way was one of the things that I did very well, and that's what kept my classes popular. But it's like in the world we have today. They switched from an AS degree and vocational program to a bachelor's degree program. And since I only have a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering, they wanted me to get a master's degree, which means 2 more years of school. And you have to realize I'm 100% against debt. The only reason I went to college is because I had scholarships. So I asked them, I said, well, I'll be glad to take more classes, even though I've been doing this job for decades. I'm sure I would have no trouble getting through it, but who's going to pay for it? Well, I have to pay for it. I'm like, not with the tuition prices back then, and they're even worse now. You don't have any kind of scholarship you can give me? Can't give me any credit for the work that I've done? Work experience? Nope, doesn't matter. So this is one of the problems we see in the medical industry. It all comes down to credentials. Are you accredited? Do you have some authority telling you that you know what you know? Or did you learn it from actually doing it? Well, if you learned it from actually doing it, that's worthless. We don't care about that. That doesn't matter. You have to be approved by one of us. It's sort of like a whole initiation thing. It's like these people that join fraternities and they get beat up and they get laughed at just so they can be approved by the people behind them. And that's one of those things. Well, anyway, let's see. Comments? How are our comments? They're here somewhere. Okay, where did we go? Oh, yes. Cops Run, there we go. Awesome. Hands up and get on the ground. Right? Oh boy, that's funny. I think Olive Oyl was more into Brutus, the big muscle guy, so, you know. Right? There you go. Too much thin. Yeah, tell me about it. Don't let the magic smoke. I have to do a video on that too. Imagine this commercial during Super Bowl. Well, it's funny you mentioned that because they did have that commercial during the Super Bowl. They had another version of it. There's a whole series of them. Right? That's it. Nope, you got that right. Milton, you have fallen asleep on top of the mouse cord. Now I can't move it. Your paw is on the headphones. How did you manage to get caught in this? Oh, I see there's a knot here. Your claws are stuck in there. Milton has just fallen asleep. Look at this cat. See if I can get this here. Remember when Milton was younger and all he could do was interfere with my live stream? He would jump on the computer, he'd pull out cords, he'd knock me offline. Now the only thing he does, comes inside, falls asleep. Pretty good. That's cats for you. That's it. Okay. So let's see. Let's hit our star commenters here. Oh boy. Yes. Yes. And you work, if I remember correctly, you work for a technology company. So this is another one of our intelligent and intelligent, attractive, and extreme carnivores. That's what we like. We like them all. We even like the mild carnivores. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but I will fix it. I have no idea. It worked so good the last time I did it. All right, bye. We'll catch you on the next one for sure. Okay. And it is probably, I don't see the clock. What is it, 11:30? Let's see. Yeah, it's 11:30. I can see here on the display. 11:30. Okay, I have not eaten. I had some meat and a couple of duck eggs. I'm down to about 8 duck eggs, so hopefully when I get off this today, I'm going to get on my bicycle. I'm going to follow the Snapper Creek Canal with my little basket, and hopefully I can go and collect some more eggs, because my little quackers, they're out there, they're mating, so they'll be laying. And when they're laying, I'm eating good. Okay, let's see. Uh-huh. Yep, the smoke cut out. You know that entropy will always get you. Yep, we used to offer those A+ certification classes. In fact, I think I still have the old books here. Somewhere. I might have thrown them out. Huh. Well. Oh my goodness. Milton. Okay. I guess I must have thrown those A+ books away. I had so many of these college books, it was ridiculous. But I got rid of a lot of that stuff. Yep. That's not good. Mm-hmm. Not bad. Okay, let's see. Huh. Okay. Hmm. Huh.
Mom, when do we eat?
It's hard for kids to understand that you don't have all day to fix dinner.
I'm starving.
But that doesn't mean you can't whip up a meal that seems like you had all day.
Very funny.
Beef, it's what's for dinner.
Huh. Yeah, there was a lot of these commercials. I remember them. But, you know, it's like anything else. It comes and it goes. Oh, yeah. I'll tell you, that whole thing, that whole CompTIA certification to me was silly. But they were teaching it at the college, and I did teach the class. And the requirement to teach the class, obviously, was to get the certificates. And I told them, you pay for it, I'll get it. So they paid for it, and I got them. And, yeah, those tests were a bit abstract. And I have to admit, nothing that I learned from those books really helped me to be any more effective at fixing computers. But that's okay. Yep. Yes, and I'm glad you called. I'm glad you took the time. Also, I hope you make some more videos. I've been interested in seeing the progress that you've made all this time with your workouts and diet. So we need more people like you. Yes. And that's good. I haven't checked to see. We must be getting a little bit lower on the, let's see. We have 30 watching. That's actually pretty good for what we have. And again, what is upcoming? Well, there's several things that are upcoming. On, well, a couple days, because today's Saturday, on Monday, our buddy Thomas, the Target Prime Rib, he's going to have his live. I think it's at 5 o'clock. Also, for those of you that are in the Dr. Kiltz group or like to watch his videos, he has his Zoom call, which I think is also simulcast on YouTube. So I'll try to watch that as well if I'm not in the other live. And of course, Tuesday night, you know who else we got? We got our buddy over here. You see? Mr. Russ, Keto Cookout. Now, this is an older one because it was in my living room. And by the way, I may be doing more videos in the living room again once I turn the air conditioner back on. Generally, when I turn off the air conditioner, I do the live streams or the videos from my room. But once the air conditioner is back on, I can do it from the living room. Although the living room air conditioner has a defective stepper motor and it makes a lot of noise. But with the microphone the way it is, I've been able to kind of avoid that. But that's just one of those things that may come up a little bit later. And then you see I have all my other videos. This was the morning video that I put up. You can see over there. Well, I'm looking for Milton. Where is he? Well, look. Look at where that kitty cat is. On top of the air conditioner. I guess this is what you call a cool cat. What are you doing up there? No wonder I get cat hair in the filter. You crazy animal. You know you're blocking the intake. You'll cause the unit to freeze up if you keep doing that. Look at that. It's just amazing the places that cats can go. I guess he decided he'd climb his way up and find a hiding spot. Well, I'm going to have my live. I guess I'm going to let you stay there. If you start harassing me, I don't know what you're doing up there. Anyway, the wonders of having a cat. My stupid light isn't working. Oh, well. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yep. There you are. All right, little guy. And as you know, my videos are pretty basic. You don't see me doing any of the fancy effects. What else can you do, right? Okay. I get so frustrated, especially with the HP printers. Some of these printers, they even have to be connected to the internet to work. I had a customer that struggled with the printer so much, and he told me to get rid of it. I said, I'll do better than that. I will fix that printer where it'll never bother you again. So we took it out in the driveway. I fired up Bob, and I ran it over and flattened that thing into so many little tiny pieces and we just scooped it up, threw it in the garbage can, and that was it. So, no more printer problems. I run Linux on most of my computers, although I do run Windows on this one because that's what it came with. Yes, that's another one. Check out, I'm sure, I mean, Mitch has a lot more subscribers than I do. Tuesday morning. And the thing is, we don't interfere with each other anymore, so that's good. Mitch in the Kitsch video. He will when he's better. You know, remember, the guy had a stroke, so he's got months of rehabilitation. But I know him. He will be back. I guarantee it. Yes, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And just because of you, I am actually taking Monday off from work. Work has been slow. I got a million things to do. I'm going to take Monday off. I'm going to work here at the house. And hopefully I won't be so lazy like I've been last week. But I'm getting motivated. It's not as hot as it was. But I'll be there. And Erin, I think she'll be there too. Who knows who else will pop in? You, Thomas, are the new carnivore celebrity. So run with it while you can. Okay. I would love to send you short clips like these related to our way of eating, opposite of what everyone has been scammed to follow. Maybe you could use the clips. Yes, I could. Please do. I will be glad. I'll add that. I'll edit those videos. I've got to find some way to send it, but we can do that. Maybe a Google Drive or something. Yes, I do too. And look, Mr. Bob has popped in. I'd like to be here long enough for Bob to come in, because I know that, you know, he's sleeping in, and that's good. And tomorrow, that's another thing. Tomorrow, Bob usually has a live. Now, I may not be there because I have to work tomorrow. I'm working tomorrow so that I have Monday off. So I may not be able to catch her live. If I do, I'll be there. Otherwise, but yeah, check out Bob if you haven't. And again, Bob has more subscribers than I do, but there may be some people here that don't know him. Bob is someone who actually had heart disease and gout and fixed it with a carnivore diet. Unlike me, who's always, saying I'm going to get a heart attack and still haven't got one. And he says, hello. Haven't seen any bike rides lately, but I know there was a flat tire and a 2-mile. Yeah, I didn't video that. I do have a bike ride. I thought maybe it didn't upload. Let me see what I have on my... I was able to clean out the phone that I use as a camera, and it actually worked out quite well. I found trying to do it on Windows is impossible. I mean, obviously, Apple makes everything difficult. But what I did, there was actually a daemon file that I was able to put in Linux, and it was able to authenticate the files that I had, and I was able to move all the video and picture files from the phone to my computer. So I cleaned my phone out totally, and then I took some more videos. But I've had trouble with the phone turning off. I don't know what that is. But the other thing is I'm trying to get my computer to work with the DaVinci video editing program, and maybe I'll play with that today. Try to get some videos together. There's just so many things I want to do. When I look at other people's YouTube channels, I see they're very popular, but I think I can do better than them. And the reason is, you got younger people talking about different things. That's great. But for those of us that are older, I think there's an advantage. And a lot of the older people are not that articulate unless they're in the carnivore community, in which you can't shut them up. But for someone like me that's older, but at the same time still has that younger perspective, I think that my videos about the economy, about food, about agriculture and all these things, they may actually have some benefit. And hopefully when I get my truck running and I start getting more mobile, I want to equip myself with good video and maybe audio equipment. I may be sort of like what Mr. Carey does, but on a poor man's scale. So I may make my own carnivore documentary, and you won't have to have Netflix to watch it. I'll make it freely downloadable. Of course, I'll have to support it off of maybe selling products, or maybe I can refer other people's products. That's another thing I could do. Take a small cut, refer somebody else's product, and help out. That would be great. Well, let's see. Okay. I'm working Tuesday, right? Okay, Presidente. And you know, the funny thing is, I used to turn plastic into diesel. I haven't done it because I had some county issues, but when I get the time, I will do that. All right, let's see. Isn't Kiltz having something? Yeah, 5:30 is when he starts his. But then again, you can always watch his replay if you have to. Dr. 1950s. Oh, that's what yeah, see, that kind of stuff I'd like to have for the channel. I think that'd be kind of neat. And speaking of Slim, I can't get over how good you look. That's amazing. I like that. Okay. There you go. Yes. They don't have that at this one, though. I didn't see it. I'm going to have to check that out. I know they have the miscuts. That's great for heart attack wings. I need to go back to Presidente. We're going to be there. Well, you know me. And I think I was the first, was I the first person that Bob interviewed? I don't remember. He hasn't done a lot of interviews, but he did interview me, which is good. Okay, I want to give you guys a spotlight. Okay, good. Load up on those chicken wings. That's what I would do. And you can defrost them and give them all a nice heart attack. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Who's my girlfriend? Well, maybe your girlfriend's not young enough. Okay, yeah. OBS is what I'm using now. DaVinci, I installed that in the same computer. It wouldn't run in my other computer, but it is working in this one. I got to play with it. Keep wearing the salmon-colored shirt. It'll happen. There are many of us out there for sure. Yes, there are. Appearing eventually too. Okay. Right. That's true. Keeping it real isn't the most popular, but folks like Rick are the most valuable hidden golden nuggets, teaching valuable lessons that are actually effective in real life. It comes from experience. And the last caller I had, who was anonymous, it's too bad you couldn't hear her, but she did mention the concept of survival and not just trying to throw money around, buy the grass-fed, grass-finished, panda massage, as what's his name always says. Not all of us can do that. Some of us have to settle for the cheap meat at Gordon Foods or go into the canal and grab an iguana or duck or something like that. Parking lot chicken. Hopefully you don't have to get to the point where you're eating squirrels and rodents, but definitely we have to do what we can. So there is, for some people, that may even involve some plant foods. I hate to say it. Some people may have to eat foods from their garden or foods foraged from the wild. That's one of those things you have to keep in mind. If you're able to eat that stuff and not get sick and you're thriving on it, there's no reason not to. You don't have to be on the elite carnivore diet. You don't have to be like Dr. Baker eating ribeye steaks cooked in the highest cost grill. You could be eating whatever, as long as it's natural and as long as it agrees with your body. That's the main thing. Wow, this is interesting. After a week, that deep cut that Milton gave me seems to be healing pretty quickly now. That's right. We're the elite. We're the sub 1%. We may not be rich, we may not be popular, but we are the elite. Quantity, not quantity yet. It never will be. I will never appeal to a mass audience. It doesn't happen. I'm not the kind of person that most people would want to be. I can tell you right now. Maybe I'm like a train wreck. Okay. The world will catch up to us. And Bob says, I would love one of those grills, but I would have to fast for a year to afford it. Well, let me tell you, Bob, if you got a 55-gallon drum and you got some wood, that's easy. And you know what I do? I get barbecues from the side of the road, slap a piece of steel in the bottom of it, take out the old gas burners, turn them into Rick's charcoal grill. You think Rick buys charcoal from the store? I hit the trash pile. I get everything from tree branches to studs ripped out of demolition, whatever, pallets, anything. As long as they're not treated with chemicals, if you see them starting to rot, that's usually a good sign. I'll throw all that in the grill, light it up, let it burn, and when it burns down to the coals, then it's ready for barbecuing. Now, if I'm frying, I'm going to go with the hot fire. So I'll throw everything in there. And I've used even, I mean, occasionally I've used whatever wood I can find. I've even thrown plastic in there to get the fire going. But since the food is cooking in beef tallow or lard, it's not going to be contaminated with any toxic chemicals from the wood. And by the way, all fires produce toxic chemicals such as nitrosamines. So it is impossible to have a barbecue without having some carcinogens in your meat. But for most people, it doesn't seem to be an issue. Right. That's it. You got to do it when you can. All right. Well, that's great. So, how many people do we have now? Let's see. Yeah. Dr. Barry is probably making a living from his income from the group, but I still respect the amount of vital information. Well, that's good. And the thing about Dr. Barry, the chance of him answering your question is about as much as me finding a gold coin on the street. But the main thing is, all the information is there, and it's up to you to find it. If you want to sit there and go through all his live streams, and he puts out a lot of public videos about different subjects, if you're willing to do that, you can get some beneficial information. Now, a friend of mine started the keto diet because of Dr. Barry, and that was before Barry was even carnivore. Of course, I was carnivore, but my friend saw the carnivore diet as extreme, something that he wouldn't be able to do. But the keto diet, he saw that as something attainable. So he decided, I'm going to check out this Dr. Barry. And Dr. Barry got him going, and he was watching his Monday night live streams all the time. Now, he was never able to get him to see any of his comments or questions, even when he tried to pay for it, but still, there's a lot of information there. But Dr. Barry, it's like I say, it's like the old saying, the ship has sailed. He was somebody who was in the beginning, became really popular, and now he has his carnivore group, carnivore cult or whatever. So that ship has sailed. But there's many other people coming. When one train leaves, there's always another one coming in. So you could check out Dr. Barry and you say, well, let me see how many other carnivore doctors there are. You might see Dr. Chafee. You might see Dr. Baker. You might even see some of the other doctors. There's, trying to think of some of them. It's kind of hard to think of the less popular ones, but there's a lot of them out there. You might even look at old Saladino videos, and Saladino is one of those carnivore celebrity personalities. He doesn't really put himself out there, although he did, I think he said he had one of those get-togethers at his Costa Rica house. I'm hoping one day I'll be able to have a carnivore get-together at the whatever house I live in. And it'll be nice because it'll be in the country, and I'll probably have my bowling alleys set up and pinball machines and all the other old stuff. You know, you could go there, you could phone a friend of yours from a rotary phone, you could bring your kids and have them use the payphone. There'll be payphones like I have here, outside, inside. It'll be like a museum and a house all in one. And hopefully, I'll still have my little Milton. I'm sure a lot of people that know me would want to come over and pet Milton, or maybe check out my library with its encyclopedias and old books. You never know what you'll find at Rick's place. That'll be fantastic. I think a lot of people would enjoy it. Vegans, not so much. The vegans would come up in my yard, they'd see the ducks and iguanas, they'd smell the meat cooking, they'd probably go into a panic mode, but I go, don't worry guys, look over there. And then they'll see the banana trees with the banana bunches hanging down, and the mangoes, and the avocados, and all the other stuff if I happen to be in Florida. And I'll say, you know, you like avocado, you got free avocados over there. So when the vegans are trying to get mad at me, all of a sudden they'll be like, oh. And then they'll see all the fruit and vegetables, and they'll hit the vegetable garden. They won't mind the chickens that are running. Oh, look at that. I don't know who's calling me there. Interesting. Okay. I'll let that one ring. That's the business line. And I tell people, don't call me on Saturday, please. Oh, you know what it is. It's getting close to noon. Whoever's calling me, I'll call them back. That line does have a caller ID, and I will call them back. Anyway, so let's see what we got here. Okay. All right. Let's see. I've had a lot of squirrel. Enjoy them. No, city squirrel. Yeah, squirrels here, they eat garbage. So you eat squirrel, you know. Probably I hope you haven't had possum. I've never been on the elite. Well, you are now. This is the elite. I'm warning you. And don't worry, there's no ritual, there's no 15-minute cities. Now, there may be a 1-minute country living place, as I call it. You walk out the door and you get your food. You may have to grab it by the tail, and it may take hours to process, but it would be like a 1-minute home instead of a 15-minute city. Walk outside, grab what you want. I see Bob's getting the good weather. Look at that. And check out Bob's videos. He puts walking videos and he plays elevator music, so you'll enjoy Bob's videos. I'm comfortably stuffed. Good. Wow. Nice. Admission is free, but the food will require putting up a section of fence. Well, Bob, see, if you would have been in Florida, I have an invention that I made. I call it the Fence Master. It's an attachment you put on the Bobcat. You put your roll of fence on there, and you drive down the way. You connect your fence at one end. When you get to the other end, it has a little bar with tabs on it that you can stretch your fence. You back up your Bobcat, you get the fence stretched, stick the tension band or put the clamps on it, and that's it. And you got yourself a perfectly straight fence. And of course, Bob is also good for drilling those holes to put in those fence posts. But we know that you'll live in the middle of nowhere and you won't have any equipment. But who knows? Maybe we can do a fundraiser for Bob and we'll get him a mini excavator and or a Bobcat. Because once you've had equipment, and see, if I had money, I would do that. I'd go out there, I'd find some used piece of equipment, and I'd send it over there to Bob. So Bob could be out there getting a lot done instead of having to struggle and do it the hard way. Okay, pizza. All right. Hello. Okay, here's some more. Dr. O'Mara. Yes, I'm familiar with him. And Sean O'Mara, as you know, he's the guy, I think he's a lawyer, but he's also a doctor. And he talks a lot about visceral fat, myosteatosis, which is where you have fat in your muscle, or your muscles are marbled, and changing your body composition. He also promotes sprinting. I haven't seen any videos from him lately, but his style, he uses his phone, and then he mirrors the monitor on a TV, and then he goes ahead and stands in front of it. So instead of trying to use OBS, he uses that. Okay, and Dr. Vasquez, he initially appeared on my channel along with Russ, and now he is associated with Dr. Kiltz. I think he's his director of health or something like that. Less famous, less pretty. I don't know about that. Dr. O'Mara is kind of pretty, I have to admit. He's actually quite attractive. You talk about Silver Fox at one of our viewers, that's the one you're talking about. Dr. Vasquez, yeah, he's not pretty. He's got kind of dark circles on his eyes and he looks kind of run down, but the thing is, every time I see him, he looks better. So remember, he came from a duck food diet and he was sick. The medical system was failing him. He took his matter into his own hands and now he's moving forward. In fact, I think he's even speaking better. He is getting better with time. So check them both out. Excellent, excellent suggestions here. Dr. O'Mara, Dr. Vasquez. And Dr. Vasquez is accessible. Dr. Vasquez can be found tomorrow, I would believe, on the live on the Dr. Kiltz channel. And if you're not a member of Dr. Kiltz's tribe, what's stopping you? You know how I'm against all of these carnivore cults, but he's not a carnivore cult. You can join for free. Yes, free. There's no membership. And all he does sell products, he deserves to, because the more people you get in the group, the more of an audience you have, the more people you can help, and the more products you can sell. So I'm glad, and I'll be happy when I get to be interviewed by Alia and get to meet up with him and show the people on his channel that I'm not a total quack. So, but yes, check him out. Can't stop, won't stop. The only way you can organize my garage is with a Bobcat. In fact, I'm going to do that. I was talking to my friend of mine. We need to get some metal together. I'm going to make crates where I can put everything in there. Because when I move, it'll be a lot easier. I'll bring the wife ever, okay? That was me, Rick. Why didn't you answer? Yeah, right? Okay. Okay. Yeah, the call-in line doesn't ring, so. Okay, 83. Yeah, well, at least it's not deadly hot yet. Uh-huh. That's right. That's right. Not only a survivor, but one of the elites here. Florida vacation. Okay. The more cluttered, the better. I don't think you can organize my garage because I have everything fit in there in such a way that if you took it out, it wouldn't fit. Okay. Dr. Anthony J. Let's, you know what? Check him out. That's an interesting thing. There's a couple of new doctors that I found. I'll have to post links. I love looking. Yeah, well, that's my place, unique and vintage. Yes, you do. I always say if it's moving, if it has a tail, it's on the menu. If it doesn't have a tail, I wouldn't eat it. You and me both. Yes, and they are the two people that convinced me to join Dr. Kiltz's group, and I appreciate that. Those are the kind of people that we need in this community. Yep. He is. Okay. I'll be traveling to Florida, maybe, but not Miami. I'll be in West Palm Beach and then heading over to Fort Myers. Well, that's good. That's interesting. I used to have a lot of friends in West Palm Beach, but they all moved away. Once the place got overpopulated, they were out. I have another friend that's moving out of Miami this summer or later this year. Okay. So, you probably notice I haven't been sniffling as much as I usually do. But one of the reasons I actually turned the air conditioner up so it was a little less cool. So I've had to kind of sweat a little bit, but it's not bad. And it keeps the humidity from going too low. The humidity in my room right now is about 55%. I'm looking at the barometer and the hygrometer and the thermometer. The temperature is 72. So that's not too bad. Okay, let's see. I am in no hurry to eat a bobcat. Well, okay, well, carnivores are exempt. I don't eat carnivores. Maybe a gator or two, but no other carnivores. Right. That's right. And you know who else? It's a stroke. Is Dave Mack. He had a stroke long before he was carnivore. And the carnivore diet has helped him to be able to get around better. So yes. And Dr. Vasquez, I think that's one of the reasons why him and Mitch are so good friends, because they both have that in common. Well, several things in common. Carnivore, stroke survivor. My sister used to live in Pembroke Pines. Yep. I had friends that lived there too. That's good. Yep. Yeah. Well, Kiltz has sort of that used car salesman vibe, or televangelist, or whatever. But I think it's misunderstood. I have a feeling if I get to know him, I'm going to like him. I get that feeling now. Initially, I was kind of put off, but the more I learn about him, the more things, I tend to be that way. There you go, Bob. Time to start walking. I'm looking forward to your video. And again, if you don't subscribe to Bob's channel, please do. Please. He's one of the few people that are courageous enough to have me on his channel, so that's it. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Okay. Well, the thing is that frogs do have a tail when they're tadpoles. They lose it later. They did have a tail. Mm-hmm. Yep. There you go. I agree. And you know, that's a great thing about, yep, carnivore community. We're all sort of like the, what you call misfits, or I don't know what's another term for it. I call myself the outsider, the outlier. Of course, I'm not a liar, but I'm an outlier. So we're not the ones that are in the in crowd. We're the out crowd. But I think a lot of us are out and proud. That didn't come out right. That sounds like a South Beach kind of thing. But anyway, um, let's see. Comments, I forgot about the tadpole stage. That is correct. They did have tails. And let's see. I forgot about the tadpole stage. Great point. Yes. Dr. Berry. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Well, again, they all come from a place of being unhealthy. I know Dr. Berry was a fatty and unhealthy at one time. I don't know about Dr. Kiltz. I think by looking at him, he's had to have been in the carnivore or low carb space for a really long time. But maybe it's because he knows other people that he's been able to help. I believe his whole thing was fertility. The first time I saw him on a live stream and I commented, I had people getting mad at me because he was saying that you had to have sex regularly or something like that to be healthy. And I said, that's not true. I am asexual. I don't have sex at all and I feel fine. And then the carnivore diet's supposed to make you carnal, chasing after women. I said, that is not true either. They got mad at me. So I didn't bother with Dr. Kiltz, but I've come back. And I think it's been a couple of years between that time and now. So that's okay. Let's see. I don't mind tail or not. It's made of meat. Well, again, everything that I eat that's meat has a tail on it. Right. That's right. If you're willing to get up that early, and again, I won't get up that early unless I'm being interviewed. I'll watch the replay. I guess he has it at that time because it follows his schedule. And it looks like Dr. Kiltz is one of those really busy people that really has to keep moving. So that's probably why he does that. Mm-hmm. Right? Well, there you go. Of course, unless you live in an all-vegan community, I guess if you lived in Loma Linda, you would be an outlaw because you know that Loma Linda doesn't like meat. Although I've seen videos people have made from there and they do sell meat, but they tend to discourage it. I'm not quite sure where this whole not eating meat thing became considered like a spiritual thing. I mean, what is wrong? They say that if you eat meat, you're going to be chasing women. I kind of thought that was the whole idea. You want to mate and produce children? And then you have Rick, who doesn't have a sex drive and eats a ton of meat. So it's like, well, how can that be? You're supposed to be chasing everything in a skirt. Nope. The only thing I chase has feathers and lays eggs. Or it has scales and is a big lizard. That's about the only thing you'll see me chasing. Mm-hmm. Now, there's no sense to comment on a Dr. Berry stream. He's not even going to notice it. Yes. Disagree with the sex thing and kill. Exactly. I mean, it's not important. I think, here's my view of it. If you are a person that is accustomed to being attracted to women, and maybe you're married and you normally have those urges and then they disappear, that's a problem. That is something you need to look into. But if you're a person who never was interested in mating in the first place, and then they're trying to tell you that since you're not mating, you're going to be unhealthy, well, that's the kind of thinking that made me try the plant-based diet in 1993. And I found out back then that that thinking was incorrect. Okay. Comments keep coming. Wow. Huh. My girl's form, I almost broke up over misunderstanding. I haven't seen her for 2 months. Tonight will be huge for us. Hopefully it'll be good. I hope so too. Yeah, that thing, girlfriend, okay. I guess it must be text to speech. Okay. Good. Well, I hope you have success with your girlfriend. I know how important it is for some people to have female companionship. Okay. Helping his patients better and getting himself healthier along the way. And you know what? That's a good thing. And I think it mentioned on his channel or his website that he charges less than anybody else. So evidently he's motivated by helping other people, and that's good. Again, there's nothing wrong with charging for your services. If you can give people a value, it's like me. I'm not going to go fix somebody's water heater or refrigerator for free unless it's a good friend of mine. If they want a product or service, they will pay for it. And they will gladly pay for it because they're getting a good value. That's very true. Yes, I agree. Well, if you think Dr. Kiltz has high energy, you would not want to be around me when I'm working. I have a lot of energy, and I mean a lot. I relax for the live streams because I'm not eating. Normally I'll eat 3 times a day, and after I eat, the energy starts to pick up again. Sometimes when I'm eating, I'll get energy. I actually start sweating if I eat heart attack chicken or a heart attack burger. Must be all those calories. Yeah, this is what I say. I don't see the point commenting. That's like you see me like in Homestead How. Carrie's not going to say anything about my comment, but other people I know there will. So on the big channels, I just comment to let the other people I know that I'm there, and I'll listen to it, and I'll listen to a lot of their videos, try to get the information. It gives me some ideas on what I need to do. But with the Dr. Barry channel, I figure that ship has sailed, so I don't bother. I never subscribe to his channel because I won't subscribe to a channel unless the person that has the channel responds to a comment of mine. So, and then if they do respond, I'll subscribe to their channel. And I won't unsubscribe. I'll just stop watching videos if I don't find them interesting anymore. So, that's all. Yep. Meant to be, yep. I agree. Oh yeah, we all do, I think. Okay, now Mike here brings up a good set of points. I don't agree with some of the concepts, like comparing us to cats. Yes, we are nothing like cats, and we should eat raw meat, or that we need to fast because bears hibernate for a month. That is correct. We do not store that much fat. We should not store that much fat. Now, that's his opinion. I guess that works for him. And if you're an unhealthy person, someone who's been on the duck food diet for a long time, that may work for a while. But for you and I, who have never been obese and are more concerned about optimizing our health and strength, it doesn't work for us. Eating 3 times a day, that's my thing. I don't do no fasting. Fasting is not necessary. My metabolism has not been destroyed. So that's a good point. And again, that's why we have people like Polish Mike here, because they have wisdom. I was married 27 years, been divorced 10. I learned my lessons slowly but very well. There you go. Women can be good, or they can be, well, could be like Adam and Eve, Adam was doing okay until he got convinced to eat some plant material, and it's been downhill from there. I always say if it would have been Rick in the Garden of Eden, it would have been the snake that would have gotten eaten, not the forbidden fruit. Yep. That's it. Hey, that sounds good. I want to have some heart attack chicken today. Okay. Yep, that's right. Fasting is not necessary for everyone. There you go. That's it. That would be good. See? You don't have to worry about chasing after the cat, as they say. What's that other name they use for cat? I think it starts with a P and ends with a Y. So I know a lot of people, that's what keeps their mind all the time. As soon as they walk down the street and they see one, they'll turn around or they'll whistle or whatever. And that's just, once you've gone past that, you can be more spiritual and less physical. Yeah, that's true. My high energy is directed at work. I don't really get after other people. Yeah, and the other thing too, I think I saw it on the Dr. Baker channel. There are some nutrients that are actually more available after cooking. And the thing is, you can eat different types of meats, you can eat different animal parts, and if you need certain minerals, you might have to eat some plant material. There's nothing wrong with that. As I always say, even a cat eats grass from time to time. So cooked meat I don't think is harmful. We've been doing it for thousands of years, and we're still here. Yeah, good point. Blame it on the woman. Not necessarily. Yeah, right? There you go. As long as you eat enough, see? And that's my strategy. Overload yourself with as much as you can eat. It's not making me fat. I feel good. So, and the other thing too, you notice a lot of the carnivores have electrolyte issues. They have to drink those electrolyte drinks. I don't. Mike doesn't. I don't salt my meat, and I have no problems. My body is adapted to it. And I sweat a lot, and still I don't have any issues. So I think there's a lot more to it than I think we've been told. Yeah, okay. See? So that's actually pretty good. Now, let me switch back to this view so you can see that I am still relaxed. And that's it. Let's see. Oh, we got more comments. Look at that. Yeah, that is true because I am not a hermit. As you can see, I ride around my bicycle. I visit friends. I go to my friends' barbecues when they have them. Anytime I'm invited, I have time, you know I'm there. So somebody might call me antisocial, but I'm not. In fact, friends of mine were having a pool party next week. So I'll go to the pool party. Now, I'm not going to go in the pool. I'm not going to wear the little trunks and show off how skinny and white I am. But I will go and have a barbecue, hang out with other people, and that's about it. So I enjoy it. I've had times where we had a beach party at my friend's house, and what did I do? I got the big umbrella. Now, on the beach over there, they don't let you use an umbrella. However, because his house is on the ocean, he actually owns the property from the house, and the stupid police over there one time harassed us. So we threatened them with a lawsuit, and they learned the hard way. You can't tell us not to put an umbrella up there. We could put a tent or anything there. There's nothing they can do about it. When you pay that much property tax, you own that. At least you lease it from the government. They can't tell you not to. So while the regular people on the beach, they can't bring any of that stuff there, we can bring whatever they want, including a barbecue grill. There's nothing they can do about it, which is kind of fun. I like that. Even the people in the condo next door, they can't even grill. They can't grill anywhere. They don't let them grill on the balcony, and they can't grill on the beach because they don't own it. So that's kind of interesting. All right, let's see. Let's get married. There you go. Right? Oh, that's funny. Hey, you never know. You might have a connection made in one of my live streams, and that'd be good. It'd be nice later on when I do have a nice place to live in, hopefully out in the country. We're going to have a large barbecue. It'll be Rick's Carnivore Barbecue. It'll be like Kip's Barbecue, all free. Plus, at Rick's Barbecue, you can go bowling, you can play pinball, And you can play with all the antiques that are around the place. You might even go home with a souvenir. You never know. And we might even have an iguana shoot. What I'll probably do, I'll start raising iguanas. So if the neighborhood I live in doesn't have an iguana problem, it will. Because I know that I can easily control the problem. So I'll bring a boatload of iguanas over there, turn them loose, try to keep them alive, and then we'll have an iguana shoot. So we'll get some crossbows out there. I'll give everybody a crossbow that wants to go iguana hunting. Try to shoot yourself an iguana. And once you've got your iguana, then we'll go ahead and we'll do the clean and cook. So we'll go ahead and we'll cut the legs and tail off. It's a big iguana. We'll gut it out. And we'll have ourselves a delicious iguana boil, iguana fry, or whatever. I'm thinking iguana fry would be nice. That'd be awesome. Okay, let's see what we got here. Yep. You got that right. There you go. Filthy rich and infinite. Well, I'm sure there's a few old timers out there that fit that bill. Oh boy. I don't know. Maybe she's afraid of you, considering how small she is compared to you. She's like, no way am I going to go with that. That thing's dangerous. Iguana soup. We can do that too. Totally agree with those credentials. One of these days, I'll have to do that. They're all kind of in storage. I'll have to start dragging them out. There you go. Beefy wedding. That's true. Then again, if your bride is too beefy, you might want to check and see if the parts are correct. Because in today's world, you never know. You may have the wrong part. You think, oh, what a nice date. It's like, uh-oh. Isn't that supposed to be inside, not outside? Yeah, turning into a dating site. That would be kind of funny. I don't have a problem with that. Okay, iguana gumbo with Chris cooking Nashville's rice. There you go. Yep. That's another guy I'd like to meet. I wish that I lived up there in Tennessee, or at least I was in the area, because I'd love to come over to Chris cooking Nashville's tasting. He has all those simulated duck foods, stuff that I laugh at and I think is disgusting. And I would like to see when they use good ingredients. You know, for example, his cornbread. And I hate cornbread. That stuff is disgusting. But it's made out of good ingredients, so it makes me wonder, you know, would I like Chris cooking Nashville's cornbread? You might actually see Rick eating cornbread. Wow. I'd bring the recipe back here. I'd cook it up. I bring my friends over. Hey, you want some cornbread? They'll be like, cornbread at Rick's place? Where's the ducks? Where's the ducks? Nope. We're going to eat it together. Can you imagine how interesting it would be if the next time we had to get together with my friends, instead of Rick just barbecuing and that's it and only eating meat, and we would have all those other things. He's got some kind of pasta thing, some kind of pizza thing, all this stuff. All the duck foods that people love to eat, but cooked in the carnivore way. I think that'd be pretty neat. And I had a commenter one time say, why do you watch that Chris Cooking Nashville's channel? You're a real carnivore. You shouldn't eat that stuff. I'm like, well, why not? I think it's cool. When I see Chris Cooking Nashville, and of course his friend, which we all know, Dustin, we all know Keto Simple Dustin, Darkwing Duck, or whatever you want to call him. Those guys love to cook duck food lookalikes because obviously you can tell that both of them have a history of obesity. Neither one of them is skinny like me. And it's a great way for them to go back on some of the things that they remember, the good memories, and at the same time slowly keep improving. They're losing weight slowly. But you know what? They look great. Both of them, they look like great people. They're energetic. You know, I think they're doing great. That's what I say. And oh, but you know, Chris Cook in Nashville, that's not a real carnivore. That's what you say. That's not what I say. My definition of a carnivore, if you eat more than 70% meat, you're carnivore. And then on top of that, if you're low carbohydrate or zero carbohydrate, then you're a real carnivore, absolutely. And that's great. So let's see. And I see some good ideas here. Let's see here. Oops. There we go. Okay. You guys are hilarious. Bella got married by a carnivore doctor. Well, that's good. I have to admit, I've never really watched her videos. I always find it kind of strange, but maybe I'll have to. Nashville is about 2 hours from you. I thought you were in Alabama. Okay. Makes sense. I want to go to Nashville. Yeah, I do too. Although I hate country music. Oh, hate it. Well, there you go. That would be nice. Hey, I'm sure you'll find a girlfriend eventually once you continue your carnivore journey, lose all the extra weight, are healthy, you're not losing any more body parts. I think that a girlfriend would love to hang out with you. That would probably get a lot of views, honestly. Cornbread for the first time. Well, it wasn't the first time. I've had it before, but I spit it out. But you could put 40-year carnivore eats and enjoys 40-year carnivore enjoys cornbread for the first time. This happened. Yes. It's a city. Okay. Don't we all? At least I hope we do. And yes, they are. Are you describing my house? Okay. Right. Well, that's it. You see, there's no reason. I mean, just because you make this, I cook foods that are non-carnivore for friends. I don't have a problem with it. I give them fruits and vegetables. I told you if I had a mango or avocado or banana farm, I would gladly sell my produce. I'm not going to tell people, don't eat this stuff, it'll kill you. No. Because I know that I put my best effort into it, and if you eat bananas from my yard, they're going to be the best bananas you've ever had. Same thing with the vegetables. My vegan friends especially, they love the foods that I grow. They crave it. But then you got carnivores saying, well, Rick, this guy eats fruit. I've eaten fruit, sure. There's nothing wrong with eating fruit. If you like fruit and it doesn't hurt you, go ahead and eat it. I got another friend that, well, for years, he was like super fit, super attractive. And he loved watermelon, and I always grew watermelons on my lot. He said, you got the best watermelons. I said, well, I thought your girlfriend had the best watermelons. Bad joke. But anyway, I grow the watermelons that are long and loaded with seeds. They are the only ones that I can eat without feeling like throwing up. And I've taken a few bites of watermelon. It didn't hurt me at all. I didn't feel sick from it. Now, if I eat that crap from the store that's round, it's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And it gives me a headache, too. It's nasty. My mom liked watermelon, and my dad did, too. So I always grew watermelon. And again, my ducks would help keep the bugs off of the watermelon plants so they would grow. Watermelon is good if you like the taste of it. He looks like he's like Rick in a way. Too smart for his own good. Oh, that's not me because I don't know anything. Okay. The thing is, excuse me, I know a lot of people that listen to country music, or what they call country today, and I do not like it at all. Now, that doesn't mean I don't like all country. There was a guy years ago, his name was Junior Brown, I think it was, and he was doing some country about 20, 30 years ago, and I liked a lot of his stuff. He had a song, I think it was called Highway Patrol, and then there was some, what was the other one? I Get Up or something, I forget. He had like several songs. He never really became popular, but he also had old cars. Interesting guy. I Hung It Up, that's what it was. It was a song about a phone. I hung it up. Okay. I don't get a lot of interviews. Yes, you will. You ask me, and I will be there. Don't you worry. You have nothing to worry about. You can interview me whenever you're ready. Unless I have a heart attack before then, in which case you won't be able to interview me. You'll just have to guess. Hey, I like any sardine. I don't care what brand they are. I like them. Yep. Around here, we wipe out all history. If it's historic, it's got to go. Got to replace it with an apartment building. Okay. Interesting. Longhorn cheese. I thought Longhorn was a version of Windows that failed. Random right now. Yep. Okay. Huh. Right. Let's see. Tired and glazed over. Yep. Okay. Yep. A good watermelon is a good watermelon. The vibration plate helped. What's his name? Bill Knott, so can't be. Yep. Smoked sardines. I don't really like any smoked foods, by the way. I'm a weird one. Maybe so. Maybe so. Rick yawning, we wore him out. I'm not yawning. Looks like my mail came. That's interesting. Let me see if I saw the mail truck drive by. They probably didn't stop. Sometimes I guess they think this is the Addams family. Let me check my mailbox. Oh, yeah. And there's my little monster. Where's the Milton? Here you go. Oh, Milton. Say hi to the camera. There you go. What a beautiful animal. You're all wrapped around. You're wrapped around the headphone cord and the mouse. Gets into everything. You are such a cute kitty. Yeah. Always has a way of getting himself in place. Okay. Mailbox was empty. I guess there's no mail today. That's fine. At least there's no bad news. So let's see. All right. Enjoy your walk. I'm sure you'll make a video of it. That's good. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll tell you one thing. You ought to see how much steak I can eat. I'd like to have a challenge with Dr. Baker to see who can eat more steak. I can eat a lot of steak. Although lately I haven't eaten that much, so I may be losing my ability. I gotta get some more meat. Well, he might have. Huh. Okay. Well, that's a shame. Come on, buddy. No, no, no. Don't eat the cord. What are you doing? Oh my goodness, look at that. You wrapped yourself all around not only the mouse, but also the headphones. So we'll pull this out, and he's got to play with it. No, watch the claws. Okay, headphone cord is out. And now, we'll go ahead and get the mouse cord. Oh, there we go. I have freed it up from the cat. Gotta love these comments. You guys are amazing, aren't you? Okay. Yep. That's it. Well, that's what I do. I listen to all you guys out there while I'm working. Sometimes I'm out there working for a customer, and I got my little FM transmitter hooked to my computer, and I'll do that. Okay, shucks, yeah, well, we'll see. If it happens, it happens. Huh. Yeah, he probably would. He'll see the skinny guy and go, I know how these skinny people, they can be really deceptive. Oh, good. Oh, look at Milton's fast asleep. Look at a cute little kitten. Oh my goodness, you're such a cutie. What a nice cat you are. I've had people tell me that cats are always nervous, but not mine. My cats always seem to be calm and very nice. He was pretty wild when I first got him, but I think anyone that's been around me as long as this cat has been, I think they pretty much settle down. Okay, let's see. What else do we have here? I'm trying to think, is there any country hit that I liked? I used to like the Western more than the country. Remember how they used to call it country and Western? I used to like the Western. I'm not really into the sort of rural rock and roll crap they have nowadays. It just seems like a formula. They all got the same background track. It's like all the other popular music. But then again, when it comes to the country instrumentals, I can't resist those. You know the dueling banjos? Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs. I used to love that group. And I guess that's technically country. But Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs. If that was what country was now, I'd be into country. Absolutely. Okay. Relationships are the hardest thing. I'm really into Zach Bryan. Who in the world is that? Who is Zach Bryan? Probably one of those typical imitation country city boys. Let me see here. What is this? Oh. Let's see. Let's see. There we go. Oh, looks like a regular guy. Okay. That's funny. Well, That's good. It's not one of them pretty boys, so it must have some kind of talent. That's a good sign. Got plenty of graffiti on him. Huh. Well, I've never heard of him. So that's interesting. Why is this? Okay. Interesting. Now, when it comes to music, one of my favorites, let me see, 1996, 29. Yeah, you got to be kind of young to be popular. Until you become popular, then you can be older. This looks like a regular guy. He does not look like a celebrity. Good. Well, I'm glad that some regular guy can kind of be popular. Very nice. Because you get kind of frustrated with the pretty boys. And this is definitely not no pretty boy. All right. So, I've had questions before. Let me see here. Okay. Right. Mm-hmm. Really? Yeah. Nothing wrong with me. I've been alone my whole life. What difference does it make? The Eagles is considered Western. Really? I remember the Eagles. That was a big 70s thing. Huh. Okay. Yep. Yeah. Bluegrass is kind of nice too, you know. Love blues and bluegrass. I do too, actually. That's folk music. Yeah, exactly. I see the Eagles as folk music. That's right. That was a 60s thing. 70s was about the end of it, you know. The 80s, it really went downhill. That's a good way to go. That's what you do. That's why you're successful. I'm sure the girls will be lining up for him. Maybe not. I think some girls, they want somebody that's fake. Yep, I remember that as a kid. Huh. Lecture, yeah, maybe. Right. Okay. Join the army. Huh. Interesting. That would be interesting. But the problem with the army is they got all that duck food. It'd be hard to get anything decent to eat in that place. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Bad Moon Rising. Dun, 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 dun. I remember them. Yep. Linda Ronstadt and the Stone Ponies. Mm-hmm. That's true. That's true. Well, the problem is anytime you get a corporate entity involved, you get what I call the black, white, and gray effect. The black, white, and gray effect comes from basically all the things that corporations do. I'll give you a good example. You see, like McDonald's, okay? We all know McDonald's. How did McDonald's start out? It started out with a couple of independent brothers. They actually designed their own restaurant. It had a sloped roof with two big arches on the side with neon. And they had a big sign with a big arch, and it was called McDonald's, and they called it the Golden Arches. Well, then Ray Kroc bought it, and he changed it into a mansard roof, but it still had that sort of quirky thing to it. Well, as McDonald's became more and more of a corporation, they migrated to the black, white, and gray box. Every apartment building built in the last 10 years is a black, white, and gray box. Even the overpriced crap holes that they have in Sunny Isles, black, white, and gray box. Everything is a black, white, and gray box. Now, when the McDonald's went from the golden arches to the mansard roof, they always had bricks around the front. And they had wood shingles. They had all that kind of earthy stuff mixed in there. That was a whole 70s thing. So in the 70s, they would mix colors and textures. And even though it was still the whole modern idea, it was like a mix. But then by the 80s, they started going into the more corporate look. And today, everything is black, white, and gray. And they've done the same thing with music. Same background track, same formula. It all sounds about the same. And music does go through styles. You can listen to something, oh, that's from the 40s, that's from the 50s, that's from the 60s. But there are some people that work against that. There was a guy, I think his name was Chris Isaak, that was popular in the 90s, 2000s. And he had sort of a 60s, 50s thing to some of the songs. And there was even this like rap group or whatever, I think that they called their group D-Light. They had a song that was really popular. I think it was called Love is in the Heart or something like that. I'm trying to remember. And that had a mix of 60s and 70s elements to it. So there's a few out there that are different, but everybody else follows a formula because you know how it is. You want to make money, you follow a given formula. You don't want to take a chance and do your own thing. Because if you do, you may or may not succeed. And the fact is, out of 100 people that try, maybe one succeed. And the survivorship bias, then everybody looks to the person who succeeded and they try to imitate them. But guess what? That ship's already sailed. It's too late. If you try to imitate somebody who already exists, that would be like all the people imitating Elvis. Well, Elvis is gone, and now it's just Elvis impersonators. No one could ever be like Elvis and achieve that popularity again, because it's already taken over. Once a trend burns itself out, you're not going to be able to revive it, period. Okay. Oh, that's pretty good. Bluegrass meetup, that ought to be good. Yeah, I got the same problem, so I don't eat out. Plus, there's a couple of things I don't like about restaurants. First of all, I am against the tipping culture. If you're going to get somebody to bring your food, I should be able to get the food myself. Why do I have to pay somebody for something that I could do faster and better myself? I would rather have a buffet-style restaurant or, you know, the Brazilian steakhouse where they keep bringing you the stuff and you can take what you want. I don't like the idea of having the food prepared in a dish and given to you in a portion. I want to be able to pick that myself, so I don't eat out. And again, it's all duck food anyway. Matt Midler, I don't remember that. Open-minded with music, okay. Jelly Roll, I guess that's some kind of rap thing. Rolling Stones, that was one of the first groups I didn't really like that much. Rolling Stones. The Beatles was another one I didn't like. That, I think, was a turning point when the music started to get crappy. The Beatles was just kind of repetitious. I know a lot of people liked them. They had talent, but I just didn't feel that they were really that great. You know, the group that I liked from the 60s was one that nobody's ever heard of. It was called Spanky and Our Gang. And when I was a kid, there used to be a song. It was called Sunday Will Never Be the Same. And I used to love that. And I even redid it. I changed the name of this to be You're Gonna Have a Heart Attack. That was something that I sung when I was a kid. And I can't remember the exact words. I remember the first part of it, but at the end, I kind of just, I don't know. All no. Yep. Well, I got friends that love that heavy metal too. And I have to admit, what I liked about it is the instrumental versions. It's just a bunch of distorted guitar and a lot of noise. It's almost like when your engine is all out running. The singing, that's a little bit on the weird side. But I know a lot of people that liked it, and there's still some people that like it. Okay, here's some wisdom from a carnivore hardcore. There's no formula for a successful life, just like winning jackpot. But the common thing with these two is that if you don't make an effort, you are guaranteed to not receive results you seek. That is right. You can't speak things into existence, but you can definitely not do things, you can talk yourself out of doing it. That's true. That goes with the whole concept of entropy. If you don't make the effort, you won't get the benefit. If you do make the effort, you might get the benefit. Or, in most cases, you'll get some benefit, but not as much as you wanted. But hey, it's better than nothing. Yep, that's right. It makes me think of Don Ho, you know. Music is subjective, that's right. Yeah, that's it. If you don't play the game, you can't win. Right. It's all about distortion. It's just to be loud and attract attention. That's the whole heavy metal thing. But again, some people love it. Take another little piece of my heart. Yeah, I remember that. Jimi Hendrix. That was a lot of guitar action right there. But didn't he drug himself to death? I don't remember. There you go. I remember one time they had a movie, I think they called it Flash Gordon, and I think it was Queen that was doing the music for that. I can't remember, but I kind of remember that. Yep, everybody has their taste. Now, again, in my case, you know, it varied. Let's see. Why is this not working? There it is. This was a group that I liked when I was younger. And I think she's still alive. Well, that's her picture in 2015. Definitely got heavier. Huh. 84? Wow. That was 1968. That's when I was born. But the music was still around when I was a kid. And also, people would say, well, why did you like that song so much? I didn't know it until a few years ago. And I'm sure you know why. I'll show you. Remember that commercial?
The Great Plymouth Sale is now. Featuring special savings on specially equipped Fury, Valiant, Barracuda, and Belvedere models. Savings on such extras as white wall tires, vinyl roof, all vinyl interior, and other popular options. All during the Great Plymouth Sale. Go for a great deal on specially equipped Plymouths. Head for your Plymouth dealer. You'll see, when Plymouth has a sale, it isn't just good, it's great.
Just look what Plymouth does.
Now, you may not be able to recognize it, but the music that they use, where they say, just look what Plymouth's up to now, that's actually from that song, Sunday Will Never Be the Same. And I was probably a year old when I saw that commercial. And I didn't remember the commercial that well, but I knew as a kid, I always liked that song. And then I realized where it came from. It came from that commercial. So it goes to show that even a one-year-old kid could remember enough to like that so much. Let me see here. See? See? That's where that came from.
Just look what Plymouth's up to now. Just look what Plymouth's up to now. Driving will never be the same again for you.
Introducing the 1969 Plymouth. Fury, a whole new car. Longer, wider, completely redesigned from rubber to roofline. Belvedere, our mid-size success car. 26 models, 18 colors, 76 interiors. Valiant, the compact that didn't get bigger, just better. Barracuda, 4 great engines, 3 great bodies, and torsion bar suspension for true sports car handling. See what Plymouth's up to now at your Plymouth dealers.
Just look what Plymouth's up to now.
So, really, when it comes down to it, that song actually came from that Spanky and Our Gang song, Sunday Will Never Be the Same. One of these days, when I can remember the words and I have suitable audio, I'm going to sing that like I did when I was a kid, where I remember the beginning of it, and it was, if I remember correctly, the original song, Sunday Will Never Be the Same. I remember Sunday morning, and then I remember Sunday morning. I remember Sunday morning, and I forget the rest of it. But the one I used to sing was, I remember every morning, Mom would give me eggs and oatmeal. I would eat the eggs and wait for Mom to leave the room. Then I opened up the window, threw the oatmeal on the ground, and duckies, and it just went on from there. So, but that was all based on that song, and it's kind of interesting because it all came from when I was a kid. Isn't that weird? Really strange. Yep. Elvis, it's okay. I was more of a Frank Sinatra. I like Frank Sinatra better than Elvis, believe it or not. I like the sound of Frank Sinatra. Yeah, that's true. She didn't live long enough. Had some good songs, though. And what was the other group? Jefferson Airplane, you remember that one? There was that song, White Rabbit, and they'd have that thing. Let me see. Okay, Carole King, yep. Carly Simon, I believe, is You're So Vain. Carly Simon. Right. Like being born ugly and pissing your parents for it. I like to listen to music that is soothing, and that's what I like. Okay. Brian Johnson, AC/DC, is the best Brian Johnson of the 3 I know. The other 2 is Pale Vegan and Liver King. Yeah, the scammer, Steroid King. There you go. Talking to church, I've heard that. Yep, Carly Simon, I was right. Let's see, wow. I'm back from my phone. I hope you had a good walk. Yeah, early. Okay, let's see. Looney Tunes, yes, that was what they used in the commercial. They had several. I remember they had another Roadrunner commercial in '68 where the coyote was trying to chase the Roadrunner. All vinyl interior, that's only the best. I like a vinyl interior. I really do. People say, oh, you sweat too much. Nah, when you got that 1960s air conditioning with R12, you got that AC cranked all the way down, you're not going to sweat one bit. I drove around in my Charger many times. Now, you may overheat in traffic if you're stuck, but you're going to ride super cold with that R12. And I still got a nice little stash of R12, so, and I even have an R12 recovery unit. So I can go ahead, I can use R12 probably to the day I have my heart attack. There you go. I never saw any of that. Animation sure has evolved. Yeah, I think it was better back then. You mean Trunk Monkey? Those commercials, that was funny. High speed rail. Yep, it is crap. Dance Monkey. I don't remember that one. I'll look that up. Yep. Well, they probably had a helicopter to fly over that train. Yep. There you go. See, helicopter pilot too. Are you flirting again? Oh boy. Somebody's, somebody's on the prowl there. Yep. Yeah, and then Jefferson Starship. That was the next one. Jefferson Airplane, they had that, what was the name of that? It's White Rabbit, I think it was called. One pill makes you, or something like that. I forget. And then they had that psychedelic background. I always wondered how they did that. I wish I could imitate that. I got to figure out how they did that. I don't know if they used like some liquid and they had a camera on it. Remember that 60s psychedelic thing? I saw that on a TV show one time. And they had the group performing, and in the background they were showing that psychedelic stuff. I need to get that somewhere. Let's see. Yeah. Before carnivore law enforcement, bulletproof and uses therapy. See, I like elevator music. I am the only one, I think, that loves elevator music. I'll listen to elevator music all the time when I'm working, and it drives people nuts, except some of the younger people that think it's extra cool. Spin the bottle. That's great unless you have a lot of male friends, and then it's not so great. Well, I mean, unless they're attractive, but that's pretty rare. Right? That's fine, Jonathan. As long as I figured you're probably listening. But you know what? If you're busy, that's good. That means that you're able to get stuff done. That's fantastic. Oh yes, Frank Sinatra. That's some good singing right there. I wish I could sing like that. Yeah, and Dean Martin wasn't bad, even though we used to think of him as being drunk. But yeah, he was good. Can you imagine in the old days in Las Vegas? The only bad thing was all the cigarette smoke. All those cool casinos with the neon signs and that 50s vibe going, and then you get to watch shows really cheap. Those cheap buffets with all the good food. And then you get to see all those people like Sammy Davis and Frank Sinatra and Dean Martin and Rich Little and all the other people who used to like to go to Vegas and watch. They had that show at the Stardust. What was that called? Lido de Paris, where they had like a waterfall. They had a bunch of stuff in Las Vegas. Now it's what? Black, white, and gray box. That's it. Black, white, and gray. Nope. Okay, I hope you're well. Enjoyed a podcast you were in recently. Okay. TPR. Who's TPR? Oh, yes. That's Thomas. Is there more to like than the carnivore? Of course there is. Carnivore diet is only part of it. You notice I don't call my channel Carnivore Rick. I call it Charger Mopar. The Charger Mopar is more important than the carnivore. It's just carnivore keeps me alive. That's like saying, you drive a truck. Does it take gas or diesel? Well, my truck's gas. My truck's diesel. Both trucks work fine. My friend just bought a new truck. He asked me, should I get a gas or diesel? And we talked about it. And we ended up, get the gas truck. You don't need the diesel. You got to worry about it's more expensive to fix. The fuel costs more. You got that stupid DEF fluid you got to put in there. The gas truck runs good. Does the job for him. He's happy with it. I like diesel. Well, that's just my thing because I like to make my own fuel and I like old diesel, not new. Yeah, it was White Rabbit. That's what it was called. That's interesting. If you want to listen to that, if you can find the video, I think I saw it on YouTube where they had it when it was on TV and they had that psychedelic background. It looks like a lava lamp on steroids or something. Anything fun? I won't be able. I was just criticizing some of the carnivore cults, some of those groups that you have to pay $30 a month in to belong to. But I was also affirming that one-on-one counseling is a good thing and paying somebody for their time is good. So there's a lot of subject stuff, nothing I haven't covered before. Yes, Jonathan? Yes. Okay. See? And that's the guy to talk to when you talk about body composition. Let's see. I I guess I cooked, okay. Well, we have somebody else that likes elevator music. There's a website called Seaberg 1000. Seaberg 1000 or 2000? I don't know. I think it's Seaberg1000.com. They have 24-hour elevator music. Well, good for you, Jonathan. You deserve it. That's great. Okay. You're doing better. Doing better than me. I'm lucky if I get $50 an hour for my work. Okay. Yeah, it is. You don't see too many things today that are unique. Yep. I wish they still played that stuff in the store and in offices like they used to. It's not unusual to be. Okay. I like classical too. Definitely. That's a good question. People today get so insulted so easily. Carnivore cripple. You could try it and see. I'm sure you get. I mean, hey, maybe the controversy would get you more views. They can go over there and try to trash you. Of course, they won't do it in person. They'd be too afraid to. Horse with no name. Yep, that's true. It's good to be back in the rain. Some of that stuff, I mean, you had to be on drugs because it didn't make sense otherwise. You were invited for sure. Absolutely. Ah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, good. Oh, let's see. Yeah, it'll come out eventually. He puts the stuff members first, and then maybe a week or two later it comes. I'll check it out. I always try to check out Jonathan's videos. Actually, everyone that's on my channel should be watching Jonathan's channel because his videos are not that long. They're full of information, and I think you'll like them. Most of them are in an AI-generated voice, but don't let that discourage you. There's good information there. And Jonathan is what I would consider one of the authorities in the carnivore space. Because not only does he have the credentials, but he also has the experience. So it's kind of hard to go against somebody like that. And again, I'm sure if you saw him in person, you would not want to try to take him on. That's just the way it is. I don't worry because I think he likes me. And on top of that, he'd never be able to catch me. It'd be very difficult. I wish we had more flash mobs that would break up and dance. You know, I haven't seen that lately. Interesting. Tom Jones. Okay. Yeah, I think that's happening to all of us. I wouldn't worry about it. It's always good to reinvent yourself. Try to expose yourself to a new group of fans. You may be surprised. Ah. Okay. Rick Astley. Gonna get Rick rolled. Huh. Well, if Tom Jones is still alive, he'd have to be over 80 by now. That's funny. Looks like my cat is dreaming. He's moving his paws and shaking his tail. Package. I think that package is probably fake, but you never know. Yeah, that is true. Captain and Tennille, yep. Muskrat Love. Okay. All right. Let's see what else we got here. The larger channels are doing well with interviews nowadays. I just don't feel the yield is that much for what I'm trying to achieve. Well, I'll tell you, there's plenty of people to interview. You don't see me being interviewed too much anymore. That phase, that ship has sailed as well. Alice Cooper. Oh boy, that's funny. Welcome to my nightmare. Yep, Vivaldi. What is it? Spring, summer, winter, fall, whatever. It's very popular too. $1 Million Babies. Okay. I'll tell you, I have to laugh. I've been watching a lot of those Heart Attack Grill parodies for music. They're tacky, but they are funny. You know, anyone that's not familiar with the Heart Attack Grill should check that out. That's that goofy restaurant they have in Las Vegas. I think it's pretty funny. The Heart Attack Grill. I think it's interesting because, again, I always considered myself the inventor of the heart attack diet. Then again, that's it. Okay. All right. Anyone appearing with the Muppet Band was usually cool. Going to interview you. Just have to get that up and running for OBS. Well, when you do, let me know. And again, if I haven't had my heart attack, I'll be ready to go. You know, nobody can blab more than I can. And the funny thing is, unlike a lot of people, I don't sip coffee when I'm drinking, or, I mean, I have water occasionally. But yes. Let's see. Oh, we got more good comments. We got words of wisdom from you know who. You're not strict enough with your diet, and speak your mind about what I imagine most of us are thinking. You are the anti-influencer or de-influencer, but still the protagonist on your own. Yes. And again, it takes someone like Jonathan to mention this. He is absolutely telling the truth. And let's see. On your own. Yes, it is. And you know what? It's funny you mentioned Gloria, because that is actually part of the inspiration for that song that I told you about, Sunday Will Never Be the Same. If you listen to Sunday Will Never Be the Same, you will hear that it's in there. Okay. No strings. Okay. You need to be on the cover of Rolling Stone. Really? I don't think they want me there. I mean, hey, I would settle for the Joe Rogan podcast, but he's not going to answer me. I mean, the last time I used to watch him regularly is when he hosted Fear Factor, and they're over there eating raw bugs, and I'm thinking, oh, how nasty. If you cooked them up, they'd be so much better. You know, they're cooking grubs, eating raw grubs and worms. I'm like, no. We'll cook that up. We could fry it heart attack style. That'd be pretty good. Yeah, I need to work out too. I'm just too busy working. What I do need to do is put my pull-up bar back up there, the one that got destroyed in Hurricane Irma in 2017. It got blown over when a tree fell on it, which was kind of nice because when the tree fell down, instead of hitting the house, it took out the pull-up bar. And you know, because it was built by Rick, the thing was so thick, it didn't even break. All it did was tilt over in the ground. So it broke the concrete footers. It bent the pipe a little bit at the base, but the pull-up bar is solid. It did not bend at all. I took it apart, and I said I was going to put it back, and I never did. So one of these days, I'll put it in the front yard. That way people can see how a skinny person tries to work out. We like you just the way you are. Well, you wouldn't be here if you didn't. Let's put it that way. So anyway, what do we have going on here? Well, let's see. How many people do we have in Rick's channel? Oh boy. Oh, I see Caleb put up a video. I've gained more weight. That's fine. As long as you don't gain more fat. That's about it. Hey, Milton, you stretching? Cute little thing. Let's see. We have 29 watching. That's not bad. There was 30 the last time I looked. I haven't put everybody, well, maybe I just put them to sleep and they left their computer on. That way they could get a good night's sleep. And by the way, my subscribers is up to 3,380. That's not bad. About one a day. Let's see. Oh, well, that's interesting. Interesting. Now I'm a YouTube partner. Well, thanks to you guys. That's pretty good. Okay. Let's see. Huh. How interesting. Well, that's good. There's nothing copyrighted on my channel. Okay, community. Analytics, there we go. Let's see what we have. Well, that's pretty good. 22.5K more than usual. More watch time than usual. Look at that. And I got 10 less than usual. Okay, I'm not getting as many subscribers as I have, but that's okay. And of course, that never changes because 17 years I haven't done anything, but not bad. Okay. Excellent. Very nice. Well, that's good to know. Let's put it that way. And other than a few technical issues, at least I had no trouble starting the stream today. And by the way, you want to know what my assistant is doing? As you can see, he is hard at work behind the scenes, keeping everything under control. So that's pretty good. So anyway, again, I'm just glad that they haven't deleted my channel yet. I have 704 videos. Most of them are shorts. And let's see. So let's see if we can get that subscriber count up. That would be nice. And I'm going to get this phone thing fixed so it sounds really good. See, I did a video 3 days ago on the bicycle, and I got some more I guess I haven't posted in a while. I get busy with work, sometimes I forget. But I did put some shorts. The little electrical job I did. Somehow it got repeated on YouTube, but I got comments on both. Seems like the shorts videos are going up in terms of the viewership. That's great. So, yep. And you know me, there's always some ducks in there. It's just the way it is. I like it. I do. I'm here. I'm not trying to make money. I'm just trying to meet people and have a little fun. So, what else can you do, right? Okay. So anyway, what I'm going to do, let's check out the time. It is after 1 p.m. And let me see here in terms of the comments what we have. All right. Oh, we got lots of comments. Yep. I got some really good viewers, let me tell you. Huh. Not sure what BPC is. Have to explain that. 15 subscribers. There you go. You'll get more. Huh. Well, I think the bugs over here are probably contaminated with pesticides and stuff. Well, thank you, Jonathan. Thank you very much. And it's pretty good for somebody as as low tech as me to get that many views. So things will improve. It's good. It's going to increase. You'll see. You'll be over 1,000 maybe in a month. I think we'll have to have a karaoke. Maybe one day we'll have a multi-stream karaoke. That way we can scare Milton and all the other of the audience. Well, this is a free speech channel, and you are free to criticize my channel if you like. I don't get offended. If I got offended, I would have given up the heart attack diet a long time ago. They seem to be. And I have more. I'll probably head out to the Little Abner Trailer Park and make some shorts of that, where they tear that down. Take out the trash. So there you go. The cycling ones. I know a lot of people like cycling, and I see that Carnivore Keith over there, he's doing his own cycling videos. I know Jonathan said he liked the cycling videos as well. So, and the thing is, I got a secret weapon that's coming. I'm going to build a mount. So instead of having that ridiculous vertical in the pocket view, I'm going to have a wider view with the camera or phone, so we'll get a more panoramic view. I'm going to try to get that going. And I've also got an external microphone. I've got a USB thing where I can try to do the lavalier type microphone and get better sound, maybe less wind. So I have a few things planned, and hopefully in the next week or two, you're going to start seeing the Bike and Talk a little bit better. Plus, I have 2 of the bikes now, 2 working bicycles. I have the one that I've been using, and the other one my friend gave me from the dump. I was able to get that adjusted nicely. The tire kept going flat, but I figured out the tube was being pinched. So I was able to take some pipe insulation and stick it in the rim and do that. Let's see. Have a front and rear view. Yep, I hear the mail truck again. Oh, and it's stopping here. What do you know? Well, that's interesting. Anyway, let's see. Yep, I do too. Yeah, I can't see him when he scrolls through the comments. I'm going to fix that, don't worry. I think I could make this transparent. I'm going to try to do that. But, nope, I guess they didn't stop. A lot of times the mail truck will stop in front of my house to sort the mail because there's a big tree there. I don't think I had any mail. That's a good point. Let me check the mailbox. I'll be right back. Oh, you crazy cat. Oh, you silly Milton. Look at that. Cat has burrowed his way between the pillows. I'm going to have to move you. Come on, Milton. Let's go. You sweetheart. Oh, you're so cute. Love you. Oh, Milton. What are you doing? Yes, you get into everything. Oh, you're such a good kitty. Why are you such a good kitty, huh? How did I end up with such a nice cat? How'd I end up with such a nice cat? You were such a wild little thing when I got you. And now you're so friendly. Sweetheart. You're a good kitty. Oh, your little cuddles. Look at the little cuddles. Look at the cute little thing. You're such a good cat. You're my favorite cat. Seems like every cat I get is definitely favorite cat. Okay. Aha. You don't need to, Rick. An OBS input at video input capture. Then adjust the dimensions on the screen by hitting Control and dragging the red dots. Well, that's true. But the thing is, for some reason, when I did that, the camera stopped working. It's just really weird. Okay. You silly puss. All right. I'm going to give it another shot, though. I hear guns going off. I'm in the country. Yeah, that's kind of the whole country vibe there. Well, there you go. Now you have another subscriber. Should I call? No, I got to fix that. There's something wrong with my mixer. I'm going to get the oscilloscope. I'm going to fix it. I may even try to make a video of that. I made a mount for my phone. What I may do is like wear that on the front of me. You know, because normally when I go and I walk around, like I'll give you an example. When I go to the store, I take the phone and I stick it right here in the pocket. So when I walk through the store, no one really knows that I have the camera that's on. But what I'll do when I go for a bike ride, I want to get a nice wide view. So I'll go ahead and I'll mount the phone right here in this area. So I'll have like the little straps and put the phone right here, or the GoPro, and then I'll go ahead and do that. Let's see, yeah, right. Let me try something else here. Let me see something. I can probably, I can do it with the comments. Hold on. If I go up on the list, see, it comes in the corner. And I've had that before. The problem is, you know, it always blocks some of the screen. Now what I could do, I could move the whole thing if I want to. Just move it maybe up to this corner, if you like that. And then that way, you know, I do have it there. But anyway, what I have the old GoPro mount that my friend gave me. So I just had to make an adapter, which I did. Where is that GoPro mount? Oh, this thing. See? And then you just kind of put this over your head, and the phone sits right here. And then the GoPro fits right in there. But what I did, I rigged it up, and I used one of these little phone holder things. And then all you have to do is that's it. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Crop out the sides. All right, we'll do that, Jonathan. Okay, crop out the sides. Milton, don't do that. Oh well. I'll play around with it. Not a problem. But I did have that earlier. I just had some issues, you know. But I use two separate cameras. That's the only way I can get this thing to work. So I can switch the webcam that one of my viewers sent to me. He was nice enough to send that out. And then you can see how bad I look. And then over here, I'm not that, you know. What are you doing, Milton? He's just fascinated with this camera strap. You are a funny cat, I'm telling you. You know, you just, because the thing, you put this on, and I mean, it is kind of handy, I have to admit. You just put this thing over your head and then pull this around the backside, and you know. Now did I do it? Did I do it wrong? What's the deal here? Oh well. I'm not in the mood for that silliness right now. But it's kind of nice because, you see, I took this little phone holder and I rigged it up, and then you can just put it on where the GoPro mount, because the GoPro mount, they had this little thing here. Where is that? Yeah, see, this is the GoPro mount. This little, let me switch over here. See, the GoPro mounts on here. But then they have this little adapter. And then what you do, you just take this and screw it in. What did I do? Come on, what did I do wrong? Yeah, here it is. The little adapter. So you just put this in here. And then you can just screw the phone adapter on, and that's it. Okay. See, now you screw it in here, and you can stick it into the GoPro slot. You just put your phone in there like if it was a GoPro camera. You may look silly riding around like that, which I have to admit. But see, now it all fits together, so that's kind of handy. Well, okay, let's hit some of these comments, and there we go. See, my channel is like your channel, so I enjoy the suggestions. I believe that everybody has good ideas, and I have a ton of, let's see, the hair lord, he's mesmerized. Well, my cat loves attention. I have never, every cat I have turns into a personal pet, like part of my family. Yeah, see, that's what it is. Will you stop with the claws? Don't tear my finger open again, or I will smack you. Come on, you little beast. Look at that little beast. Now you're getting frisky. You're a frisky kitty. You're frisky. Yes, you are. You're frisky. Look at those claws. He's a frisky little kitty. He's a frisky. Look at that frisky little kitty. Oh, he wants to bite. You want to bite? You silly little thing. You want to bite? Are you a little biter? He's a little biter. Look at those little teeth. Harmless little kitten. Look at the little teethy. Look at the cute little teeth. Look at that little monster. Look at this beast. Look at that little beast. Look at that face. You're a silly little beast. I'll hold you with one hand. See? I'm not that weak. I can hold my kitten. Oh, okay, you fell out of my hand. That's the great thing about cats. They don't get hurt easily. I've tripped on him. I've stepped on him. And he just gets right back up. You know, cats have 9 lives. But he hasn't learned not to run between my feet when I'm in a hurry. He tripped me once. I fell down. I landed on my hands. And then next thing you know, he's over there licking me. He realizes, oh, I tripped you, so now I have to help you. But the good thing about me is when I fall, I don't get hurt. And this is like my neighbor next door. You know, she fell, but she's already had a stroke. Thankfully, she wasn't really that seriously hurt. She was out driving. But I tell people, it's not the fact that an old person falls that takes them down. It's the fact that they're unhealthy that they did fall. Because when healthy people fall, they don't hurt themselves. I crashed into a coconut tree when the wheel came off my bike. I had my arms out defensively when I hit that coconut tree. All I got was a scrape here and a scrape there. Nothing broke. The lady that saw me had a freak out moment because when I hit the tree I bounced off and I landed backwards on the sidewalk. But I didn't break anything. I've tripped over things. I've tripped on an engine block. I've stubbed my toe on air conditioning compressors and all kinds of stuff. Never broke anything. So there's a certain toughness that goes with it. And you know what? I think the carnivore diet is an important part of it. And you know what? I love having all of you people here that I can talk to. We can share information with each other. Because I think one of these things that discourages people, they feel out of place. And this is why I'm so against some of the pay-to-play groups. Because I think what it's doing is you're creating sort of a fake elite when the real elite is actually right here with us. We're the people that care. We're the people that are going to make changes. And my channel, you're going to find things you won't find anyplace else. I mean, I'll give you an example. How many people know what this is? All right, let's pull it out. It's falling apart. Okay. Do you know what this is? Mm-hmm. Now, sadly, rust has gotten to it, and this fell off. But I have others that are in better shape. It's just this one belonged to a friend of ours that was an engineer. If you don't know what it is, this is called a slide rule. This one is in pretty rough shape. But I have others that are in much better shape. I even have a demonstration. In fact, I still have the demonstration we used to have at the college. And although it did get somewhat damaged in the hurricane, it's still in pretty good shape. One of these days I make a video. This is a slide rule. I make a video how to use a slide rule. Now, what other carnivore channel is going to do that? When you look at all the other YouTube channels that are out there, and you look at my channel, you're going to see uniqueness. You're going to see things you'll never see anywhere else. You're going to see the ultimate quack over there showing you. I'm not trying to make you do what I do. I'm just showing you what I did. That's a great thing. How many other people on their channel, they use 1970s headphones? Milton, you're sitting on the cord again. How many people use a 1950s or 60s mic? You know, nobody. How many people have a rotary phone where you can call in? When I get it fixed up, you'll see. How many people have built their own house? My dad and I built a whole house. There's just so many things that I've done that are so different than other people. And I have a lot of skills and abilities. And I think a lot of it comes from being poor, but at the same time, not being poor. Because when you think of somebody who's really poor, you might think of a person homeless on the side of the road, or somebody living in sub-Saharan Africa in the middle of a desert with nothing to eat. And what I call poor is what my friend calls financially embarrassed. And the thing is, at times, I was not that way. I had lots of money. We had the business. The reason that I never became rich is because I don't take advantage of people. Normally what I'll do, I'll make enough of a profit to grow the business. But when I start making a lot of money, what do I start doing? Well, I start buying new equipment. I start paying my employees more, or, you know, try to grow the business, and I keep my salary at a minimum, whatever it takes to get by. Because my ultimate goal is to have a successful business and then be able to benefit from that. Now, I wouldn't even want to sell my business, because if I had a successful business and it was sold to a corporation, they would ruin it. But I wanted to grow a business that was self-sufficient enough where it would keep itself going and it wouldn't go out of business. But sadly, when you have business partners, they think differently. A lot of times they think about short-term profit, load it up with debt, and then when things go wrong, it's all over. So anyway, all right, let's see what we got over here. Okay, what did I do? I seem to have lost my, okay, that is interesting. How did I lose the, oh, there we go. Okay. I guess it is, if you're trying to get views. That's it. Okay. That's right, Jonathan. You got that right. And the worst part is you're pissing in the wind and it's blowing back at you. Are we competing again with Mitch? No, we're not competing with Mitch. There's only one Mitch, just like there's only one Rick. You got nothing to apologize for. We love having you here. You're an important part of this channel. There wouldn't be a 8 a.m. live with Rick if it wasn't for Jonathan, the Carnivore Muscle. That's why I keep this running until he pops in, because he's a very important part of it. Let's see. Yep. I found at the dump a bicycle that had one of those little clamp things that you put on the handlebars. So I do have that. I just have to make some type of extension. I also found one of those automotive mounts, but the problem with that, there's so much vibration in the bicycle that it just shakes the phone like crazy. It's like a constantly vibrating thing. But if I put the camera on my body, it's a lot more stable. I mean, I may be skinny, but I still weigh between 195 and 200 pounds. So a little camera or a phone attached to a bicycle handlebar bounces everywhere, but on my body it's fine. And if I put it on, if I had a helmet, the problem is it would be too high up. You wouldn't get a good view. It's like when I'm walking around. I put it in my pocket so that way you get a better view. And I'll still do the indoor videos in the pocket because it's sort of camouflage. But when I'm outside, we'll use the mount, you know. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point, Jonathan. That's a good point. There you go. See? Just from my little channel. We have such good people here. They subscribe to your channel. And check him out. He's into music. He rides his bike. Doing the best he can. Let's see. Unwarpable. Okay. Look at that. Look at that. So even Rick's tiny channel can do it. Well, you're lucky. I've had a coconut hit my head more than once. In fact, I had one a couple of years ago. I was trying to get an iguana, and the stupid thing got in the coconut tree. And then I had my crossbow. I was trying to shoot it, but it kept going. The tail kept going in and out of the coconuts. So when I turned around, I was trying to set up my crossbow. The stupid thing must have pushed the coconut out when it was trying to get in there. And I heard a noise, and then bam! It was lights out for me. I got knocked on the head. Everything turned white. I was shaking my head. I was on the ground. I'm like, what in the world just happened? That's it. That's true. I mean, when I was interviewed by Joey, I had that video that went viral. 200,000, 300,000 views. Of course, he turned into an insurance salesman and deleted all his videos, which is really stupid. But then again, his friend, the carnivore teacher, he doesn't post videos anymore either. That's weird. And Peter is back. Yes, he is. Yep. Well, that's good to know. Yep, slide rule. Why did Russ get it to Rick? Why did you let him? Okay. When I hear that, I get suspicious. Pull it out, Rick. Well, the electronics videos are coming. I may do that sooner than you think. Yep. Every channel has its unique characteristics. Just mine has a lot of them. Let's see. Fermented pickles. There you go. Hey, and if the fermented stuff doesn't bother you, go for it. It's beneficial for a lot of people. Tallow crisps. Wow. Sugar. That's terrible. That's not carnivore. That's about as carnivore as Paul Saladino. Talk about a Randall cycle. Well, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm glad to be your friend. Oh, yeah. I know what you mean. Potato. I hate potatoes. I always have. If I want something with carbohydrates, I'll cook some burro bananas or plantains. Yep. That's right. Yep. Okay. Wendy. Okay. Are you like Wendy, the hamburger girl? Oh, that is too funny. Jonathan, you're amazing, you know? That's exactly what I would say. Joey Schwartz is a multimillionaire and just wants to share his success with you. He has all the secrets. You're definitely missing out on a trick if you don't get involved with this brilliant marketing. Oh, yeah. That's like the old videos I used to make on the real estate scammers and the life insurance scammers and all that stuff. They always start in Miami and they work their way out. They'll end up in South America or maybe Indonesia or something like that. Yeah, rust. It's not rust. It's rust. It's the little metal things that hold the vernier together. They rusted off and they fell off. Mm-hmm. Mm. Yep. Well, there you go. We're catching up with the comments. Now you see, it's pretty nice. I can keep up with the comments. A lot of these channels, some of the ones I watch, they only hit the super chats. There ain't no super chats on my channel. I don't think I'll ever enable that. I don't know. But honestly, I like the fact that I can hit every single chat. I'm happy about that. And I hope that everyone continues to share their information. The neat thing about this, we have a real time, you can read it, I'll highlight it. It's actually pretty good. Not bad for something that's totally free. Not yet. A couple days for that. Right? But see, the other thing, my channel is unique. There is a farm channel you can call into. But this is the only channel in the carnivore space, and I mean the only one. And I will get it fixed. That you can go ahead and call in. You don't have to leave your name. You can talk to me. You can listen to me. It's like old time radio. And I think that's kind of the neat thing. And again, if I can get my old videos up and running again and find that camera I need for those DV tapes, I'm going to show you some of the other ones I did. Now, I didn't do the videos from here in this house. I did them from another location. But there's actually one video that I did from my shop when I was explaining why it's impossible to get free energy using any of these electrical devices. And I had my old cat Garfield, the big orange one. He was in there. And also the other cat, Willie, the orange and white, and they were both sitting there. They were watching me. And it was so funny because in the process of trying to make this video, I dropped something and Garfield attacked it. But then my other cat went at the same time. And the two of them, I guess, aggravated each other. So they got into a massive cat fight. The fur was flying. And stuff was falling all over the place. It was really neat, but YouTube deleted it because they said there was violence in it. Can you imagine that? How in the world would you delete a video? You're doing a video about debunking free energy scams. Your cats start fighting with each other and they delete the video for that. That's just not good. Anyway. Let's see. Okay. Not the hamburger girl. That's good. Okay. Let's see. That's right. I'll be working tomorrow, so who knows? Right? I'm going to take Monday off. That's great. That's great. I also want to make videos about the health conditions that my parents faced compared to what I do, because my dad was my age when I finished high school, and he had a lot more health problems than I do. I don't really have any. I got a sinus issue. It doesn't really bother me. My dad also had some sinus issues, but he used to snore like a chainsaw at night. He had eye problems, dry eye, irritation, high eye pressure, glaucoma, and then what else? Cataracts. He used to get athlete's foot, used to get skin itching and rashes, had a bunch of those like age spots, and he used to struggle. You know, he never got fat, but he would gain weight easily. It was hard for him to lose it. So, you know, he used to say that the food sticks to his ribs. Had a lot of gas. My dad had so much gas, my parents slept in separate rooms. And that was all at my age. And they wore glasses, as far as I can remember, which I don't. So, when I think about it, you know, it's like one of those things. You get used to something, you don't think about it. I don't realize I'm going to be 57. I still think about when I was a teenager, when I was a 20-something, you know? I mean, realistically, what's the difference? What's the difference between me now at 56 and when I was 26? Experience? Yeah. I'm actually happier now than when I was 26, because when I was 26, I still had some delusional ideas that I would really be able to make some kind of a difference or be really successful. But now I realize that that's not a common thing. And the only way to be financially successful is to take advantage of other people, and I'm not willing to do that. So I'm going to be content with what I have. The only thing I can do is just make sure that I meet the right kind of people, people that don't judge you for being poor, and that's it. It's very simple. At least that's what I think. Okay, so what else do we have here? Okay, here it is. Oh, you sneezing, little kitty? Right? Foot massage video flagged as adult. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's strange. That really is. That's right. Good for you. I agree. Huh. What's the matter? Stuffy nose? I think Milton's got sinus issues. You gonna sneeze? Oh. What is that? Maybe it is this room. Got some sinus issues? Milton's over there sniffling. Interesting. It might just be this room. I don't know. When you live in a house that's full of mold and dust and all the other things, even though I do clean, you'll never get rid of it. That's okay. You know, even though I have the sinus thing to deal with, I have friends that have allergies and they suffer greatly. They get pains. A lot of them have breathing issues, but I've never had that. I never have trouble breathing. I never get out of breath, even though I work a lot. So I think that's a nice little trade-off. Getting the occasional sinus issue is not so bad. And since I live by myself, who cares? It's not like I got some gal over there trying to tell me that it bothers her, because it won't. No one's going to bother me. The cat's not going to complain. He's happy as long as he's got food. He's sleeping like a baby. Yes, he is. Also, I noticed that all of a sudden my air conditioner got colder. That's interesting. Hopefully it's not clogged with cat hair and not functioning right. Okay, let's see. All right. Oh boy. I can't imagine you ever being that way. I don't know. I thought it was the women that always did that, not the guys. But hey, I'm sure there's a few out there that are good looking. There you go. Wow. He's taking a break off eating. Well, that's good. Well, see, Thomas, he's got plenty of extra weight that he can use as energy. When you're a toothpick like me, you don't do no fasting. Foot massage. What's all this with foot massage? I don't understand that. I never understood the whole concept of massage anyway. Who wants to be touched? Not me. Have to cover up better. Oh boy. That's funny. That's not going to happen to me, I can tell you. All right, Jonathan. Thanks for being here. I hope you have a productive day, or at least take a break. You deserve it. I'll be getting off of this pretty soon. It is, according to what I see, it is a 1:54. Is that what it is? Yep. My big clock says 1:54. We started at 8. We didn't crash. 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. 6 hours? Seriously? Amazing. Amazing. You people are amazing. Let's see what we got here. I haven't had a sip of water for hours. I never get dry mouth. That's another thing my dad used to get. I don't get that. Never have. Oh, let's see. Let's close this up here, and maybe one day we'll do a 24-hour live stream. Look at that. We still have 23 people watching. That is really impressive. Well, anyway, at the 6-hour mark, I think it'll be time for us to end this stream so I can go outside and do something in the real world. Again, I have today off. I may try to make a video. I may use my little rigged mount with the phone and go out there and go for a bike ride, maybe check things out, maybe give you a wider view, see if that little microphone will work. I know a lot of you enjoy the bike rides. And again, is this going to be it for me? Of course not. If you want to see me again, you have several choices. On Monday at 5, you can join in with our friend Target Prime Rib Thomas. And as you can see, he will have, as long as there's no technical issues, he will have a live stream. And I will be there. I don't know how long it will be. But generally, when somebody invites me to a live stream, it tends to go way off, longer than it should. But yes. There you go. Oh. That's great. Tallow is amazing. I'm the original social distancing person. Although I do have my friends hug me from time to time, but since most of my friends are guys, that doesn't happen that often. You know, once in a while, I got a couple friends that are extra friendly, which is fine. And I haven't seen my other friend in 20 years, but he's not only extra friendly, he's actually extra attractive. So you got to watch out for him. He's a dangerous one. That's the only one. Yep. Oh, there you go. It lasted through the whole thing. That's fantastic. So, let's see. We are so close to 2 o'clock. We will make that the final cutoff time. It's only 5 hours? Oh, okay. Let's see. Yeah. When did we start? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. You sure? It's only 5 hours? I think it's 6. Then again, I failed elementary school, so I may not know what I'm doing. We know that your time has run out, Thomas, but there's always next month. And again, if you want to do unlimited live streams, the problem is you won't be able to have somebody join you. But there actually is a way of doing it, and I did it once. I'm trying to remember. I think I used, what was that called? Jitsi Meeting or something for Linux. I found a way where people could video conference outside of Zoom and outside of StreamYard and all these things. I had it self-hosted. I actually had it work, and I did that sometime in 2020 when we had COVID. I think it was called Jitsi Meeting or Jitsi Meet, Jitsi. And we made it work, sort of like a Microsoft Teams kind of thing. And we had several people. It was for business. And we had a live stream. And then we just ran it through YouTube, and that was it. So what I did, I hosted it locally, and then I used the computer. I used a virtual camera and just connected it to YouTube. So there are ways of doing it. The only thing is there is a delay, but that's okay. Anyway, let's wrap these comments up so we can close you out and let you continue your day. Yes, it is 6 hours. Rick has stamina endurance. You have no idea. You have no idea what this 56-year-old can do. It's crazy. I haven't had to use the bathroom. I haven't had any water in hours because I ran out. In fact, I don't think I've had water for 5 hours. Interesting. I love Lewis on panels. He's well spoken. Yep. There you go. There you go. If you have a mobile device, you can listen to it. That's why hopefully the audio is good. You can just glance at it every now and then, which is fine. I'm aiming for 5/4/25. Okay. Star Wars Day. Not sure what that is. I'm the only kid that I never watched a Star Wars movie anyway. Thought it was kind of silly. I watched enough Star Trek TV shows that I thought the whole Star Wars thing was kind of silly. I was in elementary school. It was probably like 1977 or 8. I don't remember. Somewhere around there. It was after the bicentennial. Okay. I like Lewis too. Well, there you go. It is now 2 p.m. So, any final comments? I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to make my heart attack chicken and continue with my day. I hope everybody has had a fantastic day. Milton has behaved beautifully. And you can see him. Let me see here. Okay. Come on, little Milton. Take a look at that. Take a look at that cute little kitten. Look at that. Look at that face. How can you not like that beautiful cat? Look at that sleek black fur. Oh, look at that. He's got his eyes covered. He's stretching out. You're so cute. Look at that little cute kitten. So plush. Who needs a stuffed animal when you got the real deal? Yeah, you're a sweetheart. Okay. All right, let's wrap this up. Get these comments covered. They do. More time in the bathroom. Thanks, Rick. Nice to see my friends here. Nice that you are here. You are regular. You're one of us. I'll have to come up with a name. The Quackers? No, we're not quacks. I'll come up with something. Not yet. Keep waiting. Yep. And thanks for subscribing to our friend Tom's and Keith's channel and whatever channel that we happen to be here. I see Keith increased his subscribers quite a bit. That's good. That's it. That's the whole idea. And Kitchen Witch says, thank you, Rick. And there's the ducky symbol. So with that, we will end the live stream. And I hope that everybody has a great rest of their day. And I'll be seeing you next week. That's my plan. So enjoy. Keep on quacking. Keep eating meat. Do whatever works for you. Don't be stubborn. Don't be one of the vegans. Just, go with the flow. But don't go into the hole. Don't slip on the duck food. Don't slip on the duck poop and fall into the duck food. Go your own way. Think for yourself.